this season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Grieza.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand finals, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the Grand Final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, ban-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, Champion Rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th, one winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, Second Chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream.
fellow survivors from all over the world, especially those who are on public transport watching and tuning into the show right at the very beginning. You are watching the Free Fire World Series Spring Edition of Southeast Asia 2025, and the action continues here in week number 2. My name is Gideon, and of course, we've got AJ Mustachio here at the desk as well. Last week, we came off a pretty hot last day, and now we're going to continue with Group B and Group C.
Absolutely, man. Group B and C, the last time we saw this showdown, it wasn't really good. In the overall grand scheme of many of the things was going wrong for the teams in Group C, right? Many of the Malaysian squads are in Group C. So this is round 2, opportunity number 2, to try to see if they can stop the likes of RRQ Falcons and WAG snatching away the top spots. But of course, if they do want to climb to the top, snatch away the grand prize, they need to have enough fire as well as energy in them, and perhaps they can get that with our official sponsor. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall FFWS Sea 2025 seasons.
These teams have been working hard. I'm sure they've been scrimming and experimenting, and just like that hashtag, they get a taste of more. They want it bad. And I think that especially for a lot of the Group C teams, it's going to be a little tough, I'm not going to lie, after an abysmal week number 1. But if you look at our predictions, I think that a majority of us are leaning to the top 2 in Group B. And, well, for you, one team coming in, WAG number 1. I'm on the opposite end here. I think RQ is going to take it, but my hot take is in 3rd place. Red Reverse, just be their week.
Yeah, I mean, that is the possibility to spread it up. They bring in the fire this time around. I think Vietnam has been bringing in the fire for a long time now, and WAG has got the capability to show us what an explosive day looks like. We've seen the highs out of RRQ, we've seen the lows out of RRQ. I think last week in the combination between B and C, we saw the highs out of both RRQ and Falcons. I do expect to see highs out of them today as well, but I just expect a little bit extra effort from WAG. I think these 3 teams are definitely going to do great overall in terms of dominance. But of course, I'm open if any underdogs want to step it up and say, hey, you know what, you should have paid attention to us as well.
I don't know. This time around, I'm feeling like the universe has not told you who's going to be coming out on top, who's going to get closer to that 100,000 of that prize pool just for being the champions. That's a lot of money on the line, on top of the fact that from at least 5th onwards, you're pretty much getting 20k, 40k even for just 2nd place. And from then on, it's 15, 12, and 10k.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, at the end of the day, obviously you are aiming for the number 1 spot, $100,000 but the journey to get there is not going to be an easy one, especially if you're not hella good. A total of 6 weeks of potential knockout stage here for both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad. Clash Squad, of course, just showing up just in bits and pieces. The 22nd and the 29th of May will be our knockout stages for CS. And then the grand finals will culminate on the 13th of June, which is on a Friday, followed by a Saturday grand finals for Battle Royale.
Now, if you guys are just tuning in, you missed out all of week number 1, where were you? But if you caught up during Labor Day, guess what? The knockout stages for Battle Royale comes in 2 different phases. Now, all of which will be explained, don't worry. The Swiss format, at least for Squad Clash, is only going to start from week 5 and week 6 onwards. But once we get into that grand finals, things are going to get a little spooky here, especially with phase 1 and phase 2. Currently, in phase 1, it's as traditional as you expect it to be. It's just the knockout phase, right? They're going to compete in these 3 weeks. They're going to battle it out hard, but this determines the ranking of the top 18 teams. Because as soon as we move on to phase number 2, that top 12 has an opportunity to completely bypass and go straight into the grand finals.
Oh, that is just absolutely fantastic, right? And of course, we do give a second chance to the teams that place between the 13th and the 17th spot. They will get 1 extra opportunity to fight for their spot in the finals, where they can later on fight for $100,000. The point system stays as it has been always alongside the rule breakers. 12 points if you hit the booyah, so on and so forth. You know how it works. 11th and 12th spot gets you no placement points at all. Every elimination gets you 1 point. And if you do end up on the exact same number of points as your opponents, we look at the number of booyahs followed by the total eliminations and finally the ranking in the final game to see who comes up on top.
Now, if you've been keeping up with the competitive scene so far, there has been a pretty significant league action. You're not going to see double upon doubles of two people just dashing around, no double riptide rhythms, none of that. Everybody must have their own unique skill. Doesn't mean that they can't pick up active skill cards on the map itself, but other than that game, and it is diversified based on what we've seen in week 1.
Yeah, no doubt, and all brought a lot of flavor into the game, as well as our commentary looking at the variety of the narratives that given birth to with the unique skill matchup. But as far as the grand finals is concerned, this is where things get shaken up. The first time ever a potential 10-game grand final awaits us to get need to reach 80 points to activate the champion rush within the next game. The teams need to hit a booyah. If they do, they are the champions. If they don't, we go through the marathon of 10 games and see who has the highest number of points by the end of the day.
As of right now, we're only going to be focusing on teams looking to make it into that top 12 from Group B and as well as Group C. With RQ Falcons, Reverse Red, Heavy, AG, PE, Group C, EVOS Divine, Famos, Core Memory, God of Wolf, Expanded, as well as WAG. All of these teams are looking to climb in that spot. And it does force teams to be even more consistent than ever, right? To make it into that top 12 to try and get that free buy.
When it is groups B versus C, it's either you are the feeders or you are the one doing the chomping. And teams like RRQ, AG Global, Falcons, they are capable of putting on a fantastic feast. They are not the chef. They are the ones devouring the rest. And the ones that can be potentially devoured out there thus far, we have seen the Malaysians truly struggle in terms of their battle pacing. Vietnam has been in those ups and downs. EVOS Divine hasn't fully found their stride out there just yet. But of course, in week 2, you are all geared up. You know you've learned your bitter lessons of week 1. So fingers crossed the underdogs have a much better step up this time.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to go for a bit of a gambit, see if they can, snowball off of that very first hot drop, but overall, I do want to see the meta sort of evolve. We didn't get to see too much Oscar, only a couple of players were actually looking to pick it up in general, but then there's still diversity of what 2 supports could look like, or even a pure sniper build. Again, so many different ways of playing the game as of right now. Week number 1, you just chomp on these kids, you just chomp on these adults. It doesn't matter who you are, if you're not the last survivor, what are you doing here? It's just the nature of Battle Royale.
Dude, I don't like it because they are winning and they are making it look so easy. I'm under rank protection, brother. All right? So, I am pained. All right? I don't know if one of you guys out there are climbing your leaderboards just yet if you play ranked. I mean, there's no other way, right? You play only ranked, right, Gideon?
Yep. I mean, sometimes, it's fun once in a while just to go into like Clash squads, just to, get your mechanics up to pace before going back into the ranked arena. But I still agree with you. I feel like every time I go into ranked, especially in the earlier seasons, the referee is just telling me, put your hands up, protect yourself, sir, protect yourself.
Absolutely. And of course, it seems like we are still patiently awaiting the players to hop on into their lobby as we make sure they do not face any bugs or whatsoever on their battle. Don't forget to join us on this YouTube chat as well. We are active right now on the Free Fire Esports official YouTube page. Join us in the conversation. Let us know what you think. We've got some questions in here already, spicy. We've got attacks on shoutcasters. My goodness, the chat is starting off the day with some drama.
I mean, they got to start it off hot. They've been waiting an entire week to see how week 2 is going to evolve, to see these teams continue to get better and better, and more importantly, to see how they develop the meta to bring it into their own ranked games.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no esports ecosystem without a great fan base. And Free Fire is just one of those games where you've got a group of intelligent people who always joins us in on the conversation. And it's so wonderful to see everybody hop on into this community chat and have fun all throughout the broadcast, right? Very rare do I actually see it across other broadcasts where people are staying on the chat all throughout from the start till the end. That's pretty crazy, Gideon.
It is pretty crazy, and we love to hear your interactions. Now, let's talk about who will get 30 eliminations first, because last week, Sunday, WAG came up big time, huge in a matter of fact, getting so many eliminations on the final map of the day against a team like BRU, who previously just recently won on the 5th map of the day itself on Alpine. It's nuts. I'm seeing whether any of these other teams are going to be hot-blooded enough to try and take that away, take the highest elims for themselves.
Wait. Hold on. Who will get 30 eliminations first? Is this player or team? I think we see the team names there. This could be team, because if it's player, I think it's asking for a little bit of too much from one day of play. But if it is team, I think many teams can hit that within the first 3 games itself. Of course, some teams within 2 games. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly who is the top predator of the day and whether or not they can actually keep up that sort of a pressure all throughout the day as well, Gideon.
I totally agree, but I'm looking for the creme de la creme, the first team to hit 30 in a single map, and that would be crazy to witness here today. Now, of course, for those of you who are just tuning in, we've got 6 maps to play. In order, it's Kalahari, Purgatory, Bermuda, Nextera, Alpine, and the final map will be randomized. It could be anything. It could be a double Alpine, it could be a double Nextera, double Bermuda, so on, so forth.
Yeah, no doubt at all in terms of what the game schedule shuffling has brought into the competition thus far. Just pure chaos. In the past, we used to know exactly how the pacing used to go. As we head on into Bermuda, we know which teams are going to be good. We know which teams are going to heat up early. But now it's totally random. Sometimes you get a good start, sometimes you get a rough start. And that has caused the craziest of upsets thus far in the competition. And I'm looking forward to more of those things. I mean, look at this, man. Top 3 on Kalahari. Bigatron Delta. What a shock that is.
Yep, they came up pretty hot. I mean, Kalahari is just interesting how the Indonesians look at the map in general, right?
Yeah.
Fighting and making sure that they are consistently on top in this particular map is, for me personally, pretty annoying because I hate this map. I hands down don't like it. But the Indonesians have figured something out, and I think that now that RRQ is looking at their top PB currently being beaten out in stats, they got to change it up. They got to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, I want to see which team switches it up out there on the battlefield. But in order to do that, they got to hop on into game number 1, baby. This is FFWS Sea 2025 Spring Season Week 2, Day 1. And we start this off on Kalahari.
Gotta keep it hot, gotta keep it spicy, got to get the confidence up as soon as possible. As we see the drop come down, it looks like it's going to be a pretty okay drop. It's going to be a little more skewed towards the eastern side, but not by much, especially since it already is above Refinery. We know who's heading right there.
I mean, chat's on fire. We've got my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, in the chat as well. And Anish Kaushik is saying that Neptune is fake. Dude, that is the real Neptune, bro. That is the Shoutcaster Neptune.
Yeah, I can vouch for that 100%. I didn't steal his kimono for nothing, man. That took a lot of work. That took a lot of work, man. His house is hard. He is well decked out. But now we see the very first couple of drops is going to be PE and as well at Expand. An early engagement here as all teams drop. Let's see how the RNG plays out.
The Esports versus Expand. Now, this is where Expand is going to be tested early. And D-Course will not just be tested, but put down into the ground 6 feet under. Parafal finds him. High ground advantage by the PE players. Lahore does not put enough distance between himself and his opponent. Gets sprayed down by Luki. A 1-for-1 between the two.
But they managed to regroup. Even though they're one man down, they had a very good spread initially. Now that they've got the electrotherapy already online, it's going to be a little harder to take both of them out at the same time, but they did use at least one of their active skills to reveal positions for anybody not crouching in the meantime. Let's see, it looks like they're going to be sending at least, bring back one of their members, taking a very, very long flank.
Here comes the re-engagement from PE Sports. Expand has not managed to back away from this compound just yet. Stone Ridge, very risky. It does have scattered spots here where you can find loot everywhere. You also have a vending machine for those last second revivals, but it also drags in too many players early. Game and Kong! What a jump! And Walt's Whirlpool at 180 on him. Don't Cry has got the M590 in hand once again. A 1-for-1 trade. Make that a 2-for-1 trade as Don't Cry pops off.
He is just clutching it hard, but he's also got one of the nastiest weapons we've had in the game. Oh, wait, hold on. We're not done just yet, as Abe already finding a pick onto Sypha very early on here about Foundation side, but it looks like Sypha is just going to be the scout. He's going to be a free elimination points for them, but in the meantime, I am curious what this 2-2 split is looking like. Oh, no, never mind. It's more than just 2. They've got a pretty decent spread by Foundation.
So Delena just shed a tear. Expand got eliminated early. A ticket to Riyadh. Just booked their ticket out. But fingers crossed, Expand will find a way back into the competition some way or other, right? Because you've got 18 teams. You're just looking for top 12. Bro, you just got to make sure you're not bottom 6. Sounds easy.
It sounds easy. Who knows? They might be able to clutch it with a free buy if some of the teams make it, and then they get their slot back in, and then they just have a really hot day. Anything could happen in Phase 2, but for now, we see EVOS Divine harassing AG, trying to make their rotation in the open. They are playing low ground.
Rasia with a double marksman here. Riptide Rhythm to break down his nothing. He just had a wall. You can't break that down with the Riptide Rhythm. But AG Global, 2 points for trying. And now Rasia sends out his Riptide Rhythm. Baros loses his glue walls. And from the back, it looks like Sci-Fi has found Aim God as well. What a fantastic backstab by this AG Global player. Rasia doubling back down to face off against Sci-Fi. Now, both of these players can engage long range. But Rasia also has to think on if or not he has to double back down for the revival.
They've got to make a choice here. It's either they continue pressuring 3 or look to isolate the 1. Oh, gets hit! Ray is able to take him out just in time, and now they can isolate their target. And they find it. Aim God is already on it. The flank is done. Old Hanta is theirs, and AG is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah, AG in a hell lot of trouble here. Ray, Ice Grenade, well, the home actually. The A124, sorry. I'm going through a list like my grandmother. You know when your grandma says every kid's name except yours, but she's calling you? And you goes down, but it is Vamos that gets eliminated in the 11th spot, followed by AG Global in 10th.
That's a very early elimination for AG. I don't think they were expecting to be contested so hard here by Old Hampton, especially since EVOS Divine got the position first. It's real unfortunate that they got caught off mid-rotation. We now go over to CRM. They are a very passive team. They take their time, and they slowly like to angle you up. But it looks like, wait, hold on. WAG is now jumping in on their backs.
Okay. Alright guys, by the way, just a disclaimer, if I sound like I'm speaking weird today, it's because I've got 2 huge ulcers on my tongue. Alright, disclaimer over.
Now, WAG trying to contest the height. So we see that Allen pushing them off at this state of the game, looking down towards CRM, who really don't want to engage this fight just yet. But they also want to hover around the POI in case they can get a couple of picks.
Yeah, this is where the game humbles you. The high ground is not always an advantage as you look down upon people. My God, Alan, how did you miss that? M590 botches the first shot, gets sprayed down, but the follow-up was there, but it was a 2v1. Alan gets lucky in that situation. The rest of core memory says hasta la vista as they back away.
Up in the sky, he wasn't paying attention to the fact. I mean, even Alan was pretty. You can see by his movement. He dribble peeked that. He freaked out for half a second before getting right into his M5. In the meantime, though, that's going to be a free elimination for WAG as PE. This is why they've been hovering around making sure that they can get those revives as soon as possible, as there's plenty of coins to pick up in the area.
Gaffarel Gaming joins us. He says 4:50 p.m. I guess I'm too late. You are too late, Gaffarel, because I know you're a big fan of Expand. They got eliminated and you joined. So you're a little too late for Expand on Game 1, buddy. But perhaps if you wait a little longer, you'll catch them making their entry into Game 2. Still looking for that recovery from the Malaysian squad. Before they got eliminated, I think they just managed to pick up a few points. The last time they played Kalahari, it was their worst map as well last week. So, you know, they just haven't been blessed by this desert just yet.
Yeah, they haven't done too well, especially since we're starting off the day with Kalahari, and this is what I was worried about with this particular map. Yes, I am going to be biased towards the map, but generally, we see these top performers get that initial snowball off their favorite map, and they kind of keep that heat throughout the day.
Yeah. Vic does not agree with the rotation coming through from Cypher. I thought the backstep by Cypher was perfect, but there was just no follow-up. So AG Global just had the right ideation, sending Cypher out alone. But Dew, I guess, didn't have the right sniper on him, didn't have the right angles, and AG Global, their strategy instantly came crushed. And if you want to take big risk maneuvers like that, sending a player to the deep ends to take that long backstab onto your opponents, you better make sure that you execute that perfectly.
Yeah, and now we see the loss of mind. They notice how heavy it is. Drops on the Chrono Time, may take advantage of this, but unfortunately, what? No, the CQC didn't work out as well as they thought. They find the pick on to get nice, and the rest of the heavy, they're out of here. Take that elim. Oh, and one more out of the sky.
Executes him with a frying pan. I mean, that's one way to do it. And facing heavy losses here up against EVOS. Divine, fantastically played by EVOS. I mean, good time turner used by EVOS as well, and you just saw the heavy player run straight into his time turner to take that shot, but unfortunate with the timing. And you're just way too close, man. I mean, it's just one of those things that you really got to get used to in Free Fire. You get too close to the player, you don't get to get that pop! And On Fire doesn't seem to have a problem with that at all. Funnels! Please one straight towards Limit, who was on standby, and that instantaneous sniper shot gets Falcons their first elimination.
Unlucky, but hey, Falcons, they're taking it slow. They're going to play the outer ring like they usually do. Sit out in the blue, find out any teams who are limping around these deserts and take them as free food. They are coming from Council Hall. We'll see where this next ring is going to end up eventually. So far, most teams on the outside just chilling, right? We haven't seen as many eliminations as we were expecting just yet, but that's to be expected for Kalahari.
And RRQ, no prizes for guessing where they took a drop and stayed at. Refinery has always been the home of RRQ. They let it go on the world stage. I mean, yes, I know this is FFWS, but this is FFWS Sea on the global stage. They let go of their Refinery. They're finally back in where they truly belong. I feel like they've always dominated Kalahari when they had their very strong Refinery plays. When they started letting go of this drop spot, Gideon, they were no longer the kings of this map. So perhaps something changes here.
No, I think, you know, they've kind of learned their lesson, right? They're not instantly just sitting right on top of Refinery unless they are, you know, hard contested. And even then, they still have plan B as well as C. But now we jump over to PE against GO. Wait, hold on. WAG actually forcing GOW further back. But in the distance, PE does notice the initial shots. Now, let's see whether they find the initial pick, because Allen has been very aggressive, utilizing the grapple hook to take these heights fast.
Oh my. Vietnam Civil War 3-way battle, and either way it's just brothers getting slayed. WAG not in a unfortunate position. They can back away, but they choose to push on forth. WAG asking for some trouble.
WAG, they smell the pinch. They know it's a pinch, and GOW realize that this is not the greatest position in the world, but there's not enough natural cover to make it work. They're going to have to either flank or sneak their way out. Either way, it's going to cost them time and resources. Even Cyrus and Allen, they know they can't commit too hard.
Is this a Vietnam party going on here? Look at Heavy, like rushing on in, like, brothers, wait for me, don't start the fight just yet. This is not looking good for Vietnam. I put WAG on the #1 spot, so these boys better get out of there quick. The rest, they can become bottom feeders for just today, because I assumed WAG is going to be climbing on up. It will be unfortunate if WAG gets sniped out first, because they are the first Vietnamese squad to get on into this next phase of the circle.
Well, here they are. They wanted to make sure. This is why they disengaged prior to that. They didn't want that full commitment despite how juicy that pinch would have been.
I agree with you, Neptune. The Midnight Ace is just an absolute delight of a skin. I wanted to buy it, but I'm still broke. I'm waiting for my salary.
One day you'll have it, and you'll get to show
Why
it
would
off.
you give me one day? I'm gonna get it, man. Let me get paid first. I'll 100% get it.
It's gonna happen. Oi, what?
Falcon! Falcon is gone, and that was... How did we even miss that engagement?
I mean, I saw it in the feed, in the Elin feed, but I didn't think they would get absolutely wiped there. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Last we saw them, they were towards the northeastern side of the map, and afterwards it looks like they got punished on their way in towards the ring. Same like how we might be seeing with WAG. They like to stick just the foot in the water, right? Don't need to commit everything just yet. Test out, feel the temperature, and then go for the big dives.
Oh, yeah. Well, whatever happened, as long as it's not WAG, because they're my #1 team for the... And everything's going according to the script. Falcon's not supposed to be #1, so they gotta falter a couple of times first. All right, good job, guys. You keep this up. If WAG ends the day on that #1 spot, I think I'm gonna start taking orders. You know, like telling people's futures. Come to me.
Hey, if the universe starts talking to you again, I want to be the first person who hears from you. And I'm probably your editor as well, who's looking at this is like, man, they are following the script. This is great.
That's okay. All right. Oh, Esports. Grenade in the tent. But there's a good glue wall inside the tent to block off a majority of the damage. And E was chunking away at Team Heavy. They can't even run out of their own camp because PE Esports is on standby. Now, this is very impressive. PE Esports, WAG, GOW, all playing the game of patience. But as I say that, PE flies straight on in to finish off Team Heavy.
Yep, and you can see that GOW is just trying to block line of sight. And as soon as they do, they start taking the space. Now forcing them to try and look over to the roof side, but the bottom half of the compound is already gone. WAG don't have to do too much here. They still have the height advantage. The question is whether or not GOW wants to truly fight for the second and even the roof. But now we come back. Mal is able to find one into Gochil. Same goes for Maal on Russia. That's already 2 knocks pretty fast here as they're getting peppered from the top. Evos backing up and PE very comfortable in the building as the blue starts to close.
Oh, this is beautiful, man. I mean, you gotta love a civil war between Vietnam potentially, but it kind of breaks out even crazier on the side of Indonesia. RRQ chugging away at the boys of Evos down below, and Maal finding Saming from reverse red as well. Saming not gonna like that, but thankfully no eliminations coming on through just yet. Reverse red on that recovery. Allen finding the knock onto the end. M590 on the play, but Nameless will interfere, taking out Cyrus. Allen goes down. Evos chips on in. WAG in trouble.
They're really just edging their way in. WAG gets eliminated in the meantime as Evos divide. They're trying to take the top part of the compound as Heavy's the next to fall. The rest of their teammates need to recover as PE control only the bottom section. And with GOW the next to fall as well, we have our top 5 secured. Right, he needs to win this fight up on that roof. He needs to make sure he stays alive to maintain pressure so that PE can't just invade. And now the Riptide Rhythm comes through and it looks like Evos is going to be the one who makes the move. They find one in Laho and they quickly drop the blue balls to Coachio as the next to fall on his knees. LBT, good shot, don't cry! Great shots, but Aim God finds one back as Kang takes out Aim God. And in the meantime, the trades are perfect, but it's not a great position for Evos as the roof got compromised on the all-in. PE recover.
Oh, PE got caught with their pants down, bro. They forgot to drop the glue wall. They were using those med kits, and they just got rushed. 2 players got knocked down onto the ground, but out of nowhere, the Angels, the backup from the side of PE Sports, shows up, backstabs, and they are now 4-man strong. I bet on the wrong Vietnamese squad.
Oh no, wait, hold on. PE, they're trying to get out, but they've got no natural cover. It looks like even Reverse Red is noticing the initial problem. CRM is down by the ultimate low. Wow. Oh, wait, no, it's not the ultimate low. It's just because the ring is closing even further. And Saming has a very long off angle here, as now we see CRM getting attacked from both sides.
Commemorate. Got to deal with all of the glue wall melters. Oh, Riptide Rhythm, look at that! The Riptide Rhythm tearing down 4 glue balls at the same time, fully exposing core memory. But PE Sports not taking advantage just yet. Don't cry, blanking on around the SVD, finding the connections, but from afar, it would be a CRM counter, dropping the PE Sports player, and that slows their pace just a tad bit. Now reverse red losing one to Lao Ho. LBT fighting Foki as well. Core memory, one final player left here, and thankful, my goodness, I was about to say he was gonna run away, but he got snuffed.
Well, for now, give it a moment, because now PE, they know that the blue is going to start pushing in, but it's a full squad v squad, 4v4, as both sides are trying to take the right wings of each side. And oh, Diamond, he's going straight for Lao Ho. Lao Ho manages to get up, and now Don't Cry is the next to fall as their backline is getting attacked. The support's in trouble as Diamond is trying to hold off for as long as possible. Lao Ho is getting some free shots, but LBT is able to make it happen. Kang finds one, and they've eliminated them. It's a 3v3 from now, with LBT being the main spearhead for the squad. Has to work well, but now he's done. Saming finds the initial headshot, pulling it back to 1, and that's gonna be it. Reverse red looking to get a booyah to turn this around, unless Kang finds something even bigger. No, the snipes, the headshots, booyah. First booyah of today achieved by Reverse Red.
Oh, and they desperately needed it because they started off the day in the red zone. Reverse Red currently sitting in the 15th spot before this match started off at Kalahari. This victory should allow them to climb up the leaderboard just a little bit. How much do they break into the top 12? We'll have to wait and see. We've been waiting for a long time for Reverse Red to show up, to wake up, and this just that moment. For PE Sports, on the other hand, first time after a long time, we see that Santino in full effect for the side of the Vietnamese squad in battle. Unfortunately, they could not walk away with the booyah to fully flex the efficacy of that Santino.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just really great squad battle. I think both sides played it as good as they could possibly get, but Saming with those headshots really made the difference, right? Initially, even made a man advantage with one headshot and pretty much sealed the game with the second headshot in that fight itself. And all of this while we see the blue moving over towards the northwestern side.
Absolutely. And of course, Reverse Red, by the end of that fight, they only had 9 eliminations. So this wasn't really a super stacked fight on the side of Reverse Red. They just did what was necessary. They did enough to get to the final circle, and they finished off those players to end up the game with the max 12 points out of placement, hitting the booyah. But the question is, does PE Sports replace them on that #1 spot? I did not manage to see the number of eliminations on the side of PE, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what the leaderboard tells us.
I mean, we saw a majority of the PE fights. I think they've definitely got a lot of eliminations in the bag. The real question is how many picks that Reverse Red find within that ring, because again, they had a lot of influence there for a good majority of the time, coming into like the second and even the very last blues.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Vietnam had a lot of issues to sort out between themselves, and they didn't want to sort out their issues, right? Like a regular toxic family, they brushed it all under the carpet and they ignored the elephant in the room. Indonesia said, brothers, no problem. We'll help you solve this problem. All right, Reverse Red chipped in as well. Everybody ate away from the plate of the Vietnamese squads. WAG couldn't get to that final circle. Heavy got taken out a tad bit too early as well. PE Sports, though, they managed to maintain all of that chaos a step away from themselves, but they kind of got caught towards the very end as well by EWOS Divine. I thought it was the end, but that was a phenomenal sequence of battle. That recovery, helping up their team members, not even losing Lao Ho in that engagement was, chef's kiss on the side of PE.
No, really, they did a good job at holding out and winning some really important fights to allow them to get into that very last round. Because again, it could have been EWOS Divine in that position, and honestly, I think the team that got done really dirty was CRM. But regardless, congratulations, Red is doing well. Let's have an interview with them right now.
Hello everyone! Today we're here with...
Nameless ครับจาก Royale ครับ
We're here with Nameless from Reverse Red. Congratulations for the first booyah of today. How do you feel? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าเป็นบูย่าแรกที่เพิ่งทำได้ครับในงานแข่งครั้งนี้ครับ
He feels so happy because it's his first booyah of this competition. And how many booyahs do you think you're getting today คิดว่าจะได้อีกกี่บูย่าคะในวันนี้
วันนี้ว่าจะเอาหมดเลยครับว่าจะเอาสัก6บูยาครับ
He's gonna get 6 booyahs in total, guys. Let's watch him. So, is there any problem during the competition that you overcome? มีปัญหาอะไรระหว่างการแข่งขันไหมคะที่เราแบบผ่านมันมาได้
ก็มีครับก็มีปัญหากับตัวเองนะครับก็ผ่านไปได้ครับชิว
He said the problem mainly is himself. Pretty questionable, but he passed it anyways. So the last question, is there anything you'd like to say to the fans who are watching right now? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่กำลังดูอยู่ไหมคะ
ๆครับก็ตามนัดครับตามนัดไม่ต้องตกใจอะไรมากมาย
He said, okay, don't be afraid, here I come. Thank you so much for the interview today, and let's get back to the Shoutcasters. Bye.
ครับ
Okay. He's not really excited about his victory. So, it's all right. 9 eliminations is all right. We'll get another one.
It's just
I'll wait for that one.
It's just the veteran talk coming out of him, man. It's just the veteran talk. He's been in these positions before. He's qualified for the very first EWC last year to the same method.
Yeah.
It's like he knows that this is just one in the bag.
That's just swag, bro, all right? He's not flexing on anyone. He's just being humble. He's like, yeah, bro, all right. We got the booyah. Just get it over with this interview because it was nothing impressive. We want more because week 1, the team did not show up. In fact, week 1, we forgot we were playing, all right? We were there, but our souls were not, all right? It was just our bodies and nothing was being done by, I don't know, all right? Nothing was happening for Reverse Red, but they start off week 2 explosive in terms of achievement, but not explosive in terms of eliminations. We want to tweak that aggression up just a tad bit. But of course, I don't want them to get super aggressive and then not get the job done. And this was the phenomenal play I was talking about, right? EWOS Divine up against PE Esports, first 2 knocks, and then Don't Cry and LBT. Like the Phoenix, they rise from the ashes and they just snuff out EWOS Divine there.
I mean, I gotta give it a PE. Their initial rushers are looking better and better with each passing week. And so far, I mean, it works nicely, but when you're up against Reverse Red, and especially when something is just landing shots, my goodness, it feels like, man, it doesn't matter how good my mechanics are, I keep getting picked off.
Nah, bro. This Saming is pissed, bro. You are walking away with 4,141 damage, but all you have is 3 elims. Look at the knockdowns, 7 knockdowns in total. He was finding the connection, but he was not getting the job done. He had the Raphael there, but still it was not enough. He had the Molko there, still it wasn't enough. They were tagging up players. They were marking him on the battlefield, but the team members were not getting the job done or pulling in those points. I think Saming is pissed, but it's okay. It shows us that the sniper on the side of Reverse Red is ready for those engagements out there, which means they can fully activate, be a little confident. You've also got Nameless running in there with the electrotherapy and caster. You've got Koda to just run at the opponents, get the information of where they are out there, and you've got that Suya as Exposi to just literally be that front man to be the first engager in some of these sequence of battles, right? So overall, Reverse Red has got the perfect formula here running for them. It's just that we don't see the aggression. It's an aggressive build, but the aggression's not seen.
We don't see much of it. It looks like in total eliminations, they were able to get 4, 7, 8, 9 in the total. Not exactly the biggest point count for them, but hey, it's step-by-step process. Last week they came out 15th place. Now it's just a slow climb back. And I'm pretty sure something is just grinding his teeth. It's like, man, if I was on A1, we would have so many more elims, guys. Like, guys, trust me. Put me on that A1. Put me on that A1.
Yeah, if I was breaking down the performance of a underdog squad, obviously I'll look at these numbers and I'll say, good job, great attempt. But as far as Reverse Red is concerned, this is not enough. Obviously, if you see Exposi barely reaching 1,000, in fact, he had about half of that 1,000, just 500 plus in terms of damage, your rusher is not doing enough. And obviously, that needs to change if Reverse Red not just wants to dominate, but wants to climb this leaderboard. With that success, obviously, it should be enough just to sneak into the top 12, but to maintain it is a different story. We also have the highlight for Ray and Kang overall, but it's just going to be a Reverse Red win that we flex. Then, of course, PE Sports is going to sneak away right now.
Yeah, they made the difference here with 4 extra eliminations to compensate for not getting the booyah at the very end, only edging them out by a singular point. Very good for PE regardless. This is going to be some very important points for them to maintain their standings. For Reverse Red, on the other hand, I mean, it's Kalahari. If they want to be... well, actually, you know what? I take it back. I think that Reverse Red, they're going back to the fundamentals. They're like, if we still have issues that are coming out from week number 1, our Labor Day scrims meant nothing. So let's make sure that we get these booyahs first before we start bending the rules.
Yeah, great stuff for PE Sports. No booyah, no problem. We got the top spot, all thanks to the hustle that we had in there. And it wasn't easy. Once again, PE Sports, they grabbed the highlight reel for themselves as they took on EVOS Divine, who managed to catch them with their pants down, managed to get the initial 2 knocks, and then it was just a survival mode fight for PE, showing their veteran skills out there. And like I mentioned, with just that one game, Reverse Red jumping from, I believe, the 16th spot up into the 12th spot now. They're going to stay there for a while, but they are fighting up against PE Sports to climb the ladder here. Who is going to reign supreme between the two by the end of the day? This is going to be a very curious storyline.
Yeah, is it going to be Team P or is it going to be Team R? Which one of you guys in chat are going to be supporting this time? It's a 2-point differential, and it's going to be very tight between the squads. But speaking of squads, top 4 seems to be, really straying away, really separating themselves from the rest of the pack here. As even though WAG got knocked out pretty early on, they've got like a super comfortable buffer.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, maybe WAG just didn't have the right hardware to get out there and play some of these games. That's a lie. I actually know exactly what hardware they're playing on. But just for the sake of the segue into our sponsor, it's not just powered by Red Bull, this competition. We also have the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for their Galaxy processor, featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine. And what this means is an improved ray tracing capability within the phone itself. And once again, that just means Free Fire Max just got taken to Ultimate.
Yep. I'm pretty sure the phone, its size alone is comfortable for anybody who's got chunky fingers like my own, or if you want to be just as smart as some of these coaches, you can utilize the powerful AI capabilities that comes along with it. Simply, they've got a lot of like cool features, like being able to circle stuff, but hey, we'll get into that some other time, because for now, these teams are going to be thinking about Kalahari, and they're probably like, all right, maybe we just tripped over ourselves, right? Kalahari is just one of those maps. It's unique. It's not as standard compared to the rest.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, speaking of AI, I totally agree. AI is just going to take over our jobs. It's also going to take over my relationship. My wife came up to me the other day, and she tells me that AI is a better conversation partner than I am. All right, dude, that woman, she knows how to burn me right where I stand. Anyway, it was a great conversation with her. I went and had a conversation with AI later on in the day and kind of understood exactly where she's coming from. AI is ridiculous these days, man. So if you've got AI integrated into your phone, you're gonna probably be able to check out a little bit more extra safety precautions for your team to kind of look out for. Chug in all of the data, ask AI to analyze it for you, ask them exactly what does EVOS need to do to get some revenge on PE Sports by the end of the day. Maybe AI will have the answer.
Hey, hopefully they add that last prompt at the very end. Please don't steal my girl while you're at it, or while they're giving you all that information, my guy. Because, coming over to our next map, now that Kalahari is done, which I'm so glad is out of the way, we start to come back into some of the more normal maps, more standardized maps that I'm hoping to see Reverse Red continue to perform if they're going to stick to their fundamentals like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I see a lot of people saying hello in the chat. It's not that I'm not reading your chat. It's just that I cannot acknowledge each and every single one of your names. But that does not mean you do not stay active in the chat, all right? You keep bringing them in. Suddenly, I might just have the mood to say somebody's name and then engage with you. If that happens, all right? When it's gonna happen, I don't know, man. I don't give guarantees.
Hey, y'all gonna use that AI technology, man. Come up with the perfect prompt and come up with the perfect answer to get AJ's attention in the chat. And while you're at it, hit that like button, man. Guys, we gotta get active here. We gotta make sure that this community stays alive. As we're about to head on over into our next map, our teams are getting prepared, and you can see it's all game faces.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, we've got 400 concurrently watching and we've got a 425 likes on the stream right now. That's pretty fancy. That's pretty decent. I am not going to complain. I am absolutely fine with that. If we can hit 2,000 likes by the end of this broadcast, it would be fantastic. But of course, only you guys can get us there. As we wait for this next matchup, tell us, who do you think is going to dominate today in groups B versus C? Now, you've heard the prediction by both Gideon and myself. Tell us, who do you think is going to be in here? We want to hear your top 3 predictions, not just one team, all right? Top 3 in sequence. Go. Let's see if or not one of you guys can get it guessed better than us. I'm pretty sure you guys can, man. I mean, Chad has always been the better analyst.
I like to give I'm just saying, I put top 2 consistent ones, and then the third one, you're looking for something, a bit of a hot take, you know? You can't always just be looking for the top dogs. You gotta find somebody who's gonna sneak through the pack, because it's only week number 2, and it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Anish Kaushik, genius, says, WAG, hey. These boys are sitting down beside me in class and they're copying my answer. Boys, y'all better be careful, because I don't know the answer. I just threw something out there, all right? Y'all are copying the wrong man.
Hey, who knows? They're changing it up a little bit. The WAG number 2. Gotta spice things up. But overall, talking about spicing things up, Evos Divine has been one of those, since even last year, one of those standout Indonesian squads that have some really high highs, but unfortunately, sometimes it just takes one bad engagement to completely ruin their mood.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, in the overall grand scheme of things, if you are ranked 666 in terms of eliminations, damage, assist, you are not doing too bad at all, because you are mid-tier in the top 12. I am not going to complain, because the top 12 is exactly where you want to be if you want to be in the grand finals fighting for 100,000 US dollars. Not in terms of prize pool, just 100K USD in your team's bank account. I think Evos Divine is doing absolutely fine. It's just that they can't mess up like how they messed up against PE earlier on. Granted, PE Sports, I mean, explosive on a really good day. And that was a really good day for PE, right? Ending up that game in that number 1 spot. So it didn't go the way of Evos Divine. But if that happens again, I would be a little worried, Gideon.
I would be a little worried too. They got to maintain that switch. They can't just get confident and think that the fight's done just because they got 2 early picks. I mean, I am curious to see how AG is going to look to recover. I mean, that rotation obviously was bad. They got caught out in the open. They had the information, didn't really capitalize on it, and kind of stalemated it for a little too long, which allowed Evos to get completely just crush them and force them out of position.
Okay, all right, let's look at some stats here. And production is at it again. They are burning our boy Nameless. This is not a flex production. What are you doing, man? He's ranked 39 on the eliminations. He's ranked 50th on the damage. And they took it away before I could continue. All right, for the time being, Nameless, he prefers to stay nameless because it's a tad bit embarrassing, but we have seen the glory days of Reverse Red. We know what they're capable of. And just with this game number 1, they have shown us that they are not bottom dwellers. They belong at the top. But last week was just not the case. It was failure after failure after failure. So fingers crossed this week, starting off hot, we see success after success. And speaking of success, let's take a look at the head-to-head stat between Mr. Saming and Dew.
And this is off of the very first map. And, I mean, we saw Nameless's stats. This looks slightly better, but it's just the starting point, right? This is the beginning of the race, not the end of it just yet. It's going to still be a pretty long day today, and I think that Dew, unfortunately, didn't get enough play time to catch back up to Saming, who made it all the way to the very end and claimed the Booyah on top of it. So, for now, with 3 eliminations ahead and 3 headshots, that's definitely going to change. The damage numbers probably going to be a bit hard to contest, but let's see whether Dew can catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, I mean, AG Global, Reverse Red has been having it rough. AG Global, they have just been confused, right? Because, and the reason why I say AG Global is confused is they've got 3 Booyahs to their name, and that is matching Falcons and Buriram, who are currently on the 1st and the 3rd spot. But AG Global is in 7th, right? And you've got a team that has got 3 Booyahs and still Dew's kind of clocking in too few in terms of those points. It only means Dew is not really ramped up just yet. He's just chilling. He knows it's a marathon. He doesn't really want to sprint too early and then get tired. And he also is perhaps looking forward to a point where people will start underestimating what the squad can do as a whole, for them to then go into that explosive mode, pull off a few booyahs. But of course, I just hope they do it sooner rather than later.
Let's talk about the top 3 most used character active skills. Now, keep in mind, for those of you tuning in and not sure what exactly is going on with this, everybody must have a unique active skill. Well, that's basically it. Everybody has to have a diverse cast, and these are the top 3 used, because Tatsuya and Cassie so far has just been a really nasty combination. Having that extra bit of speed, having that electrotherapy to keep you alive. It is frustrating to deal with. I thought maybe Oscar could contest that spot, but unfortunately, it requires so much extra on top of your build, like pets.
Yeah, and I totally understand exactly why Oscar hasn't replaced Tatsuya yet. Tatsuya has got 2 charges. You get to rush in, and if things don't go south, you get to rush out. Oscar literally rushes in, and then he has got no other utilities to save him. He's broken down those glue walls. He has knocked back those players. He needs to be able to snuff them out. And Oscar combination with a electrotherapy Cassie could just be some golden moments, but Oscar's just not optimized perfectly yet to allow these players at this level of competition to run into their opponents. I think it's just a tad bit too risky with the way he is. So it's all right, but there is a potential where Oscar just is the next big thing. I hope we get to see that as well, because it'll be insane, man. Can you just imagine, you know, players like Wasana just running through glue walls, shooting down other teams? It will be insane.
It really is going to be insane. And I mean, considering that there has been a couple of changes to the game itself, how much you can carry, the weight distribution, and things like that, I generally making sure that you have enough glue walls is starting to become a very apparent problem. We've seen teams previously last year survive so many Riptide rhythms, and now these fights are pretty done and dusted once those glue walls in the first engagement comes out. With that being said, I think we're getting ready to head on into this map. I'm super stoked to see how this is gonna play out.
I mean, likewise, bro. I've been excited ever since the competition started. I am still excited, and I'm gonna be excited until the grand finals, because this competition is like none other. And I think the excitement is just gonna get ramped up a little bit more. I really respect how Reverse Red played that interview, right? Very, very chill. They were not super excited because they know, bro, you've seen nothing just yet. So we want to see more from them, not just in Purgatory, but later on at Bermuda, Nextera, and Alpine, and possibly even the random map. If this is the day Reverse Red is going to wake up in the competition, I am all for it. But when you look at the top 3 teams on this map, you're looking at mainly Team Flash, Falcons, as well as AG Global. Out of these 3 teams, 2 teams are playing right now, Falcons as well as AG.
We want to see whether they can beat these PBs, right? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, 34 points is like, oh, that's pretty high. And then you see 42 and 43, and you're like, whoa, that's those are some pretty hot games. It's gonna be a tough personal best to beat overall, but we've seen it happen. We've seen it with WAG, so it's anybody's opportunity to try and score big.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. Well, we are bringing the cameras right back to the caster's desk for the time being. In the meantime, shout out to Anup Kumar, who says Mustachio is biased towards Buriram. Hey, brother, if I was biased towards Buriram, I would have put them on my #1 spot for my predictions. I did not. Who did I put? Visaka Srivijaya. And guess what? They rocked it last week. But of course, on that note, let's hop on into game number 2. It's Purgatory time, baby. Let's see exactly who gets to climb up the table. Is it going to be the underdogs who have been suffering thus far? Esports, Reverse Red, EVOS Divine, starting the day hot. We want to see more fire.
Welcome everybody, the place between life and death, Purgatory. Going to be cutting right straight through the middle, a very even distribution for all the teams to get anywhere across the map. Now, a lot of these teams have been struggling, especially the Malaysian teams, when it comes down to these first engagements. They have not been winning it out, and unfortunately, it's tough because a lot of teams have already committed themselves to a spot, right? They've identified where they want to play.
Yeah, and I don't think the Malaysian teams have got a huge mechanical disadvantage. We've seen them play on the global stage in the past. We've seen them play and engage on the Southeast Asian level in the past. Mechanically, they can stand up to par. But you've been in the esports industry for a long, long time, Gideon. Why do you think Malaysia struggles in general?
Well, I think they struggle because it's a pattern that doesn't change too often, right? The most that they think about is about how they drop in these early engagements, like right now. And it looks like it's going up against Vamos as they immediately, he finds two, but unfortunately they at least get one back. It's a mad disadvantage so far, but they gotta make this count.
Yeah, good glue wall dropped here by Apik. He just went in there for a few chips and then instantly backed away. Luffy not able to catch them out just yet. It is a 2v3 at this point of time, and a fantastic revival being brought in here potentially by Waltz as he runs straight towards that vending machine. Has got only 100 coins in his hand, so can't head on in for the revival just yet. Afik can't really drop any coins for him as well. It's a 1v3. Vamos players shooting at each other. I think they're a tad bit confused.
Oh, that's the rushes. Now Afik is finally going to fall. He was buying as much time as possible. He was basically getting held hostage by Vamos. But now, Vault, he's halfway through Ski Lodge. This is where it gets scary. As soon as you're coming down, especially from high to low, you are very visible running down that slope.
Yeah, great line of sight straight towards him. He needs to use those pillars as cover. We've seen it done in the past, so not impossible. Expand still can get out of this pickle. But speaking of getting out of this pickle, EVOS Divide stuck. Can't even drive. A truck comes fighting them as well. Ray now opportunity to shut down Chinoy, who runs away, leaving him high and dry. And now the backstab by Cypher puts him on the ground. Kochil cannot provide that backup just yet. And EVOS Divine spread out all around the battlefield. They won't be able to survive this encounter up against AG Global, but it's not going to be enough for them to eat away at AG. They have to play Revival.
Oh, man. Unfortunate for Kuchila. Ends up jumping too far out of position, right? Wanted to back up his boy, and he can't even get into the Jeep afterwards just because all four members are within line of sight. They would have blown up the vehicle as soon as he got in, so that was not even an option as well.
And a tad unfortunate, but of course, recovery is still possible. 12 teams still remaining on the battlefield, not a single squad eliminated just yet at the 3-minute mark, and that just means it is a good big map. S Purgatory has always blessed us with a vast area to play around with. If in any case you do get caught out, still have those vehicles to maneuver around. The vehicles are a tad bit more tanky now in terms of sustaining the damage, so you don't really see a lot of them exploding out in the open.
To rotate, and now are looking for as many picks as possible. As well as GOW.
Well, how about you? Abe thought he made a mistake, but Yan could not capitalize with the Drogon. Abe with the M590 missed the first shot, and he actually got a clip, just a slight one, and then the finisher. Should be able to one-shot with the M590, but if all else fails, nobody's going to complain you needing that second shot. AG Global now backing away as they find Heavy at their doorstep.
Oh, can they make it out just in time? Chinoy ends up getting knocked, though. And Cypher out in the open. He's tortured too many players already. AG Global started things off very aggressive, but now Heavy trying to pelt them down with these bullets, and a double flank coming on through. 2 players up top, 2 players at the bottom. FGL burning them out of their defenses, and Cypher straight down to the ground. Mufasa now from the top, M590 back to back, but the revivals are in play. Chinoy being brought back alongside you will keep AG alive. Woo. At least they didn't get eliminated here, but now we cut over to WAG as they're looking their sights down the fields, and notice the P Esports members. They are worried about the compound next to it, but again, moving up too close, they don't want to get caught out of position, and it looks like the P Esports member might find other contact in EVOS Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. Aman thinks that Oscar will never replace Tatsuya. Never say never, bro. I've said never many a times. And I have discovered that there is no such thing as never. Anything is possible, especially when it's Free Fire.
Oh, who knows? It could be just one patch away from making him really nasty. But in the meantime, let's look at Brasilia here. EVOS Divine are slowly clearing out the building. Section by section, angle by angle. They do spot. They know that Don't Cry is around here somewhere. Finally, the engagement, even dropping Time Turner as well. They get that free elimination, and that's what these teams are looking for early on. But that's Esports getting eliminated.
You gotta hate it, bro. Number 1 in the first match, and they get eliminated in the 12th spot. This is exactly what we see out of PE last week, or we saw out of PE last week, I have to say, where they scored a massive game, if I'm not mistaken, 34 points, and then they only pulled in 1 point each in the following 2 games right after that. Booyah, which gave them a total of 36 over 3 games. The average was decent for a mid-tier squad, but with the way they opened up explosively, it turned out to be a disappointment.
It feels like maybe they just run out of gas, especially after that hot game, something they're going to need to work on. In the meantime, Heavy actually having 5 eliminations this early on is pretty good for them. They're walking out of Forge, heading on into the next zone, and it looks like they're going to be uncontested, and they have nearby POIs if necessary, because the blue doesn't really hurt for now.
Reverse red. Oh, Riptide Rhythm. Somebody sent a wide one. It's just floating in the air. There are no glue walls to burn down there. So double Riptide Rhythm wasted. They have to wait for that cooldown, and that just means the team cannot go in for the full-on engagement, and therefore Reverse Red gets to stay out of a gunfight a little bit longer.
Yeah, but this is just on the edge of Brasilia, right? The second ring has already revealed itself. WAG usually prefer finding heavily infested compounds so that it's easier to kind of itch your way in if the ring happens to be slightly out of the position that you predicted it to be. But it looks like they're not the only ones who are looking to hold this spot. Yvonne's Divine is here, Reverse Red, CRM as well, each having their own compound.
Yeah, and seems like 11 teams is still too many for this huge compound called Brasilia. Look at the congregation of squads. WAG, Reverse Red, Evo's Divine, CRM. Just in this mini-map, you also see Vamos making its way towards this grouping. This is just pandemonium waiting to break out here.
Oh, I mean, it's already begun. Krillin's first fall as Exposy gets a really clean shot, the M5, and now they're trying to get into the bottom of this building. They're not sure how many of these buildings are actually available, but they gotta twist and turn around. They finally find a spot in WAG. Now, looking to plant themselves and hunker down.
A smart play by WAG, just checking the corners first, making sure nobody else is home before they take that spot, just like what squatters would do.
Legally, it's their spot now. They have squatters' rights.
This is making sure Evo's Divine is cleared out of here before they step on in. Very smart play here, because we've seen this play against so many teams where they just don't check their corners. But WAG, not a squad that is new to this game as a whole, right? Only a single elimination here, and the way they backed away from that engagement, when Krillin got knocked to the ground, instead of going in aggressively to still pick a fight, to react to that situation aggressively, they just said, okay, all right, bro, you are ready for a fight? Maybe we'll walk away first.
Yep, block line of sight. Make sure they get their boy back up, and then instantly start making a rotation. I mean, it is a bit of a gamble, but at least they've got the right pets to kind of scope it out. Now, they have Export on the far west wing. I'm not sure how much line of sight he actually has here, as Alan is trying to figure... Oh! Saming with a headshot here, and Export is able to take down Cougar. Saming is able to finish off Alan to claim the elimination, and that's got to be a little frustrating for WAG.
That's got to be frustrating for Alan, because I think that was a misclick there. He was obviously confused standing out in the open. I think he tried to move, but I totally understand how he feels. That's exactly how I died this morning.
Trying to utilize the bike is covered, but ends up getting your legs caught in the hitbox, so you can't really wiggle out of it. That's so oddly specific, so common though. Now Falcons,
and also clicking on exit screen when you're supposed to be in the game halfway during a battle, and you're just a sitting duck because you gotta open that screen back in and go into the game just to find yourself going back to the lobby, Gideon.
Oh man, too real, too real. Swipe too hard, swipe too far, and next thing you know, you've already switched apps. Not what you wanted to do, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. AG on quite the recovery run here. A majority of their members on that northern side looking to load back up, while Falcon's pretty comfortable in their spot, making a pretty good call on when the next ring is going to be. And best part yet, they still have compounds to play in if it does eventually pull towards the right after.
Brother, I have no idea what compound you're referring to because we are running out of real estate here. 11 teams, circles tight, and everybody hopping on in there. And the problem with Purgatory is you've got so many of these compounds to play around with. Is this going to be pandemonium? When the fight breaks out, too many teams will be chipping away at the efforts of other squads. It's going to be crazy, man. You cannot guarantee points for yourself. And Heavy missing the jump. They do not hit the roof, down on the ground, and they have to go head-to-head with Team Vamos down.
Oh, I'm surprised they didn't get punished on their way in, but it looks like they're going straight in towards that top area, forcing Vamos to just sit under. And it's always nice to have the top spot. Height is always an advantage in these areas. They're even dropping the healing UAV as well, as they're getting even more aggressive. They want the all-in on Vamos.
Absolutely, but Vamos very smartly backing away, not choosing to engage just yet, waiting to see if any third party will drop by to say hello. In the meantime, June with the FGL finds the connection on to get nice. You gotta love that when it happens. Nobody going in here for the pickup just yet, and June will be able to secure that elimination as well, all thanks to the continuously burning FGL that prevented the rest of the players from going in there for the pickup. Mufasa with the M590 will miss 3 shots in a row. Hans comes with the backup. It's the same shotgun, but that's the complication of shooting through a window in a game of Free Fire. PLS1 dropped as well by Rasya, and Heavy has got no more heavy artillery to bring into that fight. They back away, but now Vamos can go on the attack.
Big punishment coming in from Vamos' side. And you can see the decision making, right? They quickly turned, they backed away, and then they realized if we back any further, we're going to be in line of sight of all the other teams here in Brasilia. We have to push back, especially towards the left side of the compound. And now Vamos, they know they're a man down. They smell the weakness. They're going to sell Lozzy out first to reaffirm that that bottom floor is clear. They hear the jump out, and Vikarkide with the launcher ready to go. AG ends up getting eliminated at 11. Mufasa still taking as much damage as he can, knowing that he's got the electrotherapy, but he realizes that they're going to get pitched, quickly heads on over to that top floor, and now this is where it gets scary, because now his support is down. Hans getting left behind on that call. All that Mufasa can do is just lock himself in here as the blue starts to creep in.
And this is the chaos, this is the pandemonium I was referring to. Even our production team does not know exactly which fight to focus the cameras on, because there's just so much happening on the battlefield. Just like that, we've got 10 more squads left in here, 34 players left alive on the battlefield, and Mufasa tried to run away, but Jun said, hell no, brother. M590 to the back, and Vamos still standing after the crazy engagement up against Heavy.
And now they have a second problem. After chasing him, Mufasa, for so long, how do they get into the zone? They've got GOW sitting on the roof. They got reverse red from the underside. They're trying to force their line of sight into the exposed area, but they give up the roof in the meantime. Nameless tries it. He's really with Sa Ming. They try to go down, but it's too late. They've already taken both of them down. It is so quick. They didn't have the CQC ready to go, and the 2-2 split coming in from reverse red ends up hurting them.
Yeah, we also have to highlight AG Global making the early exit is just so unfortunate. In game number 1, AG Global only collected a maximum of 2 points. In game number 2, I don't know how many they collected, but not much at all. And we continue to see the pandemonium on the elimination feed. RRQ bagging 3 items for themselves out there on this little shopping spree. They get those 3 points. Rasya finding WAG's player as well. You're gonna continuously see this story, but Expand does not have any more players to expand, and they get expanded in total in the 9th spot.
No surprises whatsoever. CRM, they always like to hunker it down. Play chill, play for positions, and eventually these eliminations will come to us. But RRQ is who I'm trying to figure out. How are they going to approach? Are they still going to start farming the outer teams? And it looks like they're getting in position to do so. Or they notice the compound right at the very edge. They're trying to take claim of it, while Evos, in the middle of this engagement against Vamos, who's currently only a 3-man here. Don't see the foot just yet. Oh, wait. No, he's on the... It is a pretty close fight, as now the blue is coming to a close, and everybody has kind of found their spot. Oh, Aim God goes down.
This is like everyone's going to a speakeasy spot, but it's in the back alley, and the room is just 10 by 10 feet wide. All right, you've got 24 people in here. Not everyone can fit into this tiny room. It's chaos. WAG getting snuffed out early as well after performing decently well in the previous game. He was Divine still alive and kicking, but Raskia lost, all thanks to RRQ. RRQ going in here for a massive booyah. Falcon still alive as well. Limit, Proteto on fire, Karoro, but not a single elimination in hand. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of RRQ. Grenade tosser on in, but that's all alone as Falcon finds the connection, takes down 18 Deer, and that's the first one. 3 more to go for Falcon.
Oh my goodness, Falcons, they're trying to sweep through the rest of the map. They're taking out everybody who's been amputated. Not enough team members to hold them accountable for, and that's perfect for Falcons who have their full 4. However, line of sight is starting to become a problem, so they've already used their active skills. Reverse red, the next to fall here, as we see that Falcon trying to get in as they're trying to deal with just the random members of EVOS Divine. They quickly take him out, and that's EVOS Divine gone. 4 eliminations in the bag.
0 to 4 instantaneously. Every single player on the side of Falcons picking up those eliminations, but tagged up by the A124. They have been silenced. They cannot use their active skills just yet, and therefore Falcons, they choose to stand back and allow the rest of the teams to get into the engagement. RRQ cannot stand a chance to win the Booyah with just 2 players on their side unless some miracle happens, and Falcons and Core Memory lose numbers right here, right now.
They need to get resources, as many blue walls as possible. They had to use it early on, but now they're forcing it out of RRQ on the bottom floor. Potatoes first balls on fire, finds one as Demon actually snipes out Baal, putting RRQ at a disadvantage. 2-4-2 so far. Unfortunately, RRQ gonna be bowing out quick, but unfortunately, the blue is forcing them out. They don't have time to recover off of this. The CRM is going to get onto their backs. Keroro all by himself and will have to face the full wrath of CRM through the blue. That's 3 getting knocked. No, CRM ends up getting eliminated just like that.
Well, Karoro just picked himself up with the Horizon line, but the circle said, no boy, you stay down, and gives the booyah to GOW, who found the circle first. We may not have WAG rising up to the top, but PE followed by GOW just means Vietnam is smiling year to year. And of course, Husky is smiling as well, because we get to see Yunso shortly.
Oh my goodness. That's such an anticlimactic way to finish off this game. GOW just made a preemptive move, and honestly, they were doing fine. They were harassing teams in this endgame as well, having full view, direct view into the buildings of the hottest engagements.
I mean, I called out the pandemonium because we've seen this one way too many times already. And Purgatory, such a huge map, so much of cover to play around with, depending on where the circle takes you, right? Because Purgatory is just that kind of map. For all you know, you could just find that final circle out in open lands, and all you gotta have is just trees around its defense, a couple of boulders maybe, and you have to expand all those glue walls. And it was by some sort of RNG mercy. We didn't have that sort of a battle this time round, but GOW used their defenses provided by the final circle to perfection, especially with that final rotation, to look for where the circle is going to move to, so they do not have to get involved in the initial bout of final action. That was perfection in terms of strategy.
Oh goodness, really well played by GOW overall. I am curious to know whether or not they did at least get some kind of an assist. Were they able to claim those eliminations, especially since CRM, all 4 of them couldn't make it into the ring in time, and that slow rotation costed them.
Yeah, I mean, you want to chill with the first circle, that's doable. You want to chill with the final circle, bro? Yeah, you are cooked. I mean, you maybe have at most 3 seconds to start running towards the circle, but you have to be at the very edge, right, where the blue just touches you and takes away a huge chunk of your health. Because even if the blue does not do the job, whichever teams that's waiting in the safe zone is going to finish off the work, and they are lucky that they got the blue to finish the job at the end of the day, because if not, all of those points, bro, they would be in GOW's hands right now.
I think GOW would have loved it. I mean, you saw Todd, he was trying to hold and instantly getting the knock onto Keroro initially, but then didn't want to take the full brunt of potentially all the footsteps he was hearing trying to swing out.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, great decision making coming through from the Vietnamese squads, back to back, PE and now GOW, WAG. Stachio's still waiting, but it's all right. It's all right, man. I mean, like Husky would say, as long as Yunsul appears, the day's all right.
I mean, Husky is going to be a very happy
You
boy.
can't say anything because you've got a girlfriend.
Hey, man.
Husky's single.
Yeah. Well, I think that Husky. It's very easy to amuse him. I must say that he is a simple man. Some may call him. But with that being said, congratulations once again to our Booyah winners. Let's go straight into the interview with them live. Let's jump into it.
Dear our survivors, may I represent to you GOW Esports, and here all right next to me is Cao Dian. Xin chào Dian, thì bạn có thể giới thiệu các bạn khán giả về bạn trước được không ạ?
Chào mọi người, mình là Dian đến từ GOW Esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Dian and I'm from GOW Esports. So let's jump into our interview immediately. So it's been a long time I can see you here on the interview. It's really hard to see you guys. May I know the reason why? Is it so hard to meet you here? Thì lời đầu tiên là Yusu sẽ được chúc mừng mọi người đã có được một chiếc Booyah đầu tiên ở mùa giải lần này ở tuần thi đấu thứ 2 và mọi người đã rất là xuất sắc. Thì Yusu có một câu hỏi là rất là khó để mà được gặp GOW Esports ở trên bàn phỏng vấn lần này, thì có thể nào cho Yusu biết là tại sao mình lại khó gặp nhau vậy được không?
Thì tại vì tụi mình cảm giác bọn mình chưa đội hình mới cho nên là chưa phối hợp tốt lắm, cho nên là cũng khả năng top 1 cũng hơi thấp một xíu.
Since we are a new team, a new roster, so it took us a little bit of time to combine everyone together, and it's really hard for us to make a new tactics, getting used to everything. So very hard for us to get the top one, but I think overall everything is okay now. So moving on to our second question. It has been a second week. I know that beside Thai and Indonesia team, they are very strong, but I think right now, Malaysian team is also a thing that you guys need to keep an eye on. What do you think about them? Thì đến với tuần thi đấu thứ 2 lần này là Yusu biết là ngoài những nỗi lo sợ khác như là đội tuyển Thái Lan hay là Indo, nhưng mà lần này thì có thêm một khu vực cũng đang rất là nổi trội và đang bay lên nữa, đó chính là khu vực Malaysia. Khi mà họ có được rất là nhiều tuyển thủ Indo bước qua, thì đây là nghĩ sao về họ hiện tại ạ?
Thật ra thì mình nghĩ thì mùa giải hiện tại thì Việt Nam mình cũng là mạnh lên rồi, cho nên mình không để mắt tới mấy đội Malay lắm.
Còn những đội tuyển khác thì sao?
Thì mấy đội tuyển khác như Indo với Thái Lan thì mình vẫn sẽ dè chừng, tại vì bọn họ cũng mạnh.
For my own opinion, I think that Vietnamese team right now is getting level up and we are not weak anymore. We are kind of strong compared to Thai or Indo team. So Malaysia is not our apple to look at in. But I think overall for now, the strongest region should be Indonesian and Thai team currently right now. So our last questions to the end of our interview. Do you think that in the season you can make it to the finals and go to a higher position, which is EWC? Thì đến với câu hỏi cuối cùng của chúng ta ngày hôm nay là không biết là Dian nghĩ rằng là liệu với sự thay đổi mới về cái màu áo của mình, về logo đội tuyển hay là những cái sự thay đổi về nhân sự các thứ, thì bạn nghĩ rằng là đội tuyển mình có thể đặt chân được đến vòng chung kết ở mùa Spring lần này, cũng như là đến một cái vị trí cao hơn đó là EWC không ạ?
Mình nghĩ là bọn mình có khả năng vào chung kết và cũng có khả năng đi đến EWC, chỉ cần bọn mình cố gắng hơn.
I think that we are definitely gonna have that chance to go to the final, the grand finals, but also for EWC. It is a promise from us. Cảm ơn Dian rất là nhiều vì buổi phỏng vấn này, và Yusu sẽ mong là được gặp bạn nhiều hơn ở trong những lần tiếp theo. Và cảm ơn các bạn đã lắng nghe. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's get back to the caster and see the game stats.
Thank you very much, Yunsul. It is going to be some exciting times, Gideon. We get to catch up with Yunsul once again. I mean, that is considering if we do get the job at Riyadh for EWC this time.
For sure. But I mean, interesting words coming from our boy. Interesting to say that yes, obviously strongest region is going to be Vietnam and Indonesia, but considering that Malaysia is in the mix and considering the results, I don't know whether they've been doing well in scrims or something is going well for them to be mentioned in those moments. But at least we get to see how
You've got your eyebrows up. You're gonna Malaysia.
Yeah, I was like, what? Really? Oh, I mean, I love the shout out, but also, are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. Welcome to all of the Moroccan viewers in the broadcast as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to hit that like. Join us in the conversation as well on the Free Fire Esports official YouTube page. Just jump into the comment section, drop your name, tell us where you're from, maybe get a shout out, and of course continue to stay on this broadcast till the very end so that we can see who dominates day 1 of week 2 here. So far, it has just been back-to-back Vietnam grabbing the number 1 spot. Well, it's premature to say because at this point of time, GOW does have the MVP on their side. Mr. Demon, 3 eliminations, 3,253 on the damage, 2 knockdowns once again. This was, not a very efficient fight. Demon was getting a lot of tags out there in the open, but he was not even finding the knockdowns, let alone the eliminations. But as long as the rest of his team members picked up those eliminations, I think we're still good. But we, of course, don't see many of those assists mentioned here as well. So we won't be able to spot that in a little bit. I'm quite curious to see if anybody replaced them, like how PE jumped to the top.
Yep, we'll see whether they're able to kind of keep up with the momentum, right? Because again, I think one of the bigger problems we've seen for some of these middle teams from Vietnam is that they run out of gas really, really fast. They have some really high heights, but then when it's low, at least they try to etch it out in terms of positional points. However, I do agree with Deanne's words. I do think that Vietnam is leveling up, and I think currently the metagame suits the way they think about the game in terms of positioning for that final ring and allowing yourself to, kind of put yourself in a position where all the fish just fall into the net.
Okay. This is okay. I mean, it's 10 eliminations, 1 more than the previous team, Reverse Red. Okay, I mean, it's GOW, bro. They are on the way to the top, baby. On the overall leaderboard, GOW is one of the strongest ones. GOW is on the upper half of our top 12. So 10 eliminations doesn't seem the OG Vietnamese superpowers out there, but I'll take it. If this is something that GOW is going to put on standby for us and show us more of a little bit later on, I'm looking forward to that. Deanne and Demon both getting the key player highlights alongside Kororo here. Kororo with the eliminations. The damage, once again, the highlight for the side of Demon, and 6 knockdowns from Mr. Deanne.
I think that at least for GOW, they're correcting last year's mistakes because they've been put in these positions where they find an optimal position in that final ring, and then they overheat and get punished. But coming off of this game, they played it carefully, and if they can keep this type of pace up, they're going to be so ready for EWC when the rest of the world gets involved. They're coming off with 22 points at the very least.
Yeah, amen, bro. And, this is the opportunity now for Vietnam to really make a mad dash for the top. But just like what PE Sports pulled off earlier, GOW needs to make sure they don't stumble into that territory as well of top performance, getting the number 1 spot, and then flunking out back-to-back in the games. We saw PE do it last week. We weirdly see them do that today. And from the number 1 spot, PE now has dropped all the way down to 6th. With the 22 points because they clunked out super early as the first squad to get eliminated.
You know what my theory about Vietnam as the way they play the game? I feel like all of them have the same idea of pathing, and that is why we're seeing teams like WAG try to kind of break out of that mold to find a different area, more viable areas that they don't get contested by their own countrymen on that rotation, which is probably why they get knocked out pretty early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the chat just cannot brain. How can Mustachio be casting out there, looking at all of the data, looking at the game, still communicating with us who are in the chat, and then type in the chat as well, because we are superheroes, bro. That's what happens here in the world of Free Fire Esports. We are going to be taking a quick short break shortly as we grab some water for ourselves. When we come back, this action obviously continues here on this Friday. Teams are just ramping things up. I don't think we've seen the best just yet, but I'm looking forward to more. 3 minutes, we will be right back.
Hello, Grisa. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 spring season, brought to you by Red Bull as well as Samsung. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Gideon Q, your casters for the day. So far, Vietnam has managed to snatch the top spot for the first and second game. Overall leaderboard, on the other hand, you don't just see dominance from one nation. It's quite spread out on the leaderboard thus far.
It's looking really, really great. They're refreshed as well as energized. They get a taste of more knowing that EWC is right around the corner. Once again, we want to welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and as well as fall seasons of FFWS Southeast Asia 2025. Again, try some of their flavors, man. They've got the... Most people think that it only comes in one flavor. I mean, Red Bull has been on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Pinky Pomelo. No, it's not the name of the drink. I just call it that. It's just pomelo. We've also got the apple and muscat grape flavor. I had a friend who didn't really like it because it was a tad bit too sweet. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is not sweet at all. It's zero sugar. It is absolutely fine. I like it. I like the apple and muscat grape flavor. I've got a sweet tooth myself, and it hits the spot. Gives me the energy to go all out for 4 hours. I'm hoping to ramp up the energy because I've taken the energy drink already thanks to Red Bull, but I haven't been able to expand that energy just yet. Speaking of expand, Malaysia still being tortured.
Yep, they are having it rough. At least for Vamos, they were able to take a couple of eliminations, but then again, it all started with the initial civil war and then it expanded outwards. So again, I'm not entirely sure how these teams are going to try and adjust and adapt, because it always feels like these Malaysian squads are looking for these early engagements rather than, oh, we got unlucky, we're getting contested.
Yeah, the only thing crazy about Expand is they are actually doing better than AG Global. Expand, after 2 games, they've got 6 points. AG Global has 5 points. Okay, so they had an average of 2.5 points in a game. There's no 0.5 in terms of our leaderboard. So AG Global needs to add on more points if they really do want to climb up the leaderboard overall. They did fairly well last week to be in the top 12, but you know, kind of disappointing first 2 rounds in here. They're not finding the rhythm. And their rhythm in the side of AG Global has always been within due. When AG hits the Booyah, it's always Dew that gets the MVP from the squad, not because he's the only good player, because when he truly shines as the backup player from afar, when he's giving that cover with those snipes, his rushes get to go on forth and just absolutely decimate the competition. He hasn't been activated yet.
Yeah, not just yet. I feel like we're just biding the time here because we've already gone through 2 maps. Now we're going to go back to the fundamentals of Bermuda. Everybody knows this map. Everybody understands the angles like the back of their heads. And I think that so far, with the way that AG Global, again, at the beginning of the year when they are looking to add players, they still are centered around a Dew centered strategy, right? And I think that unfortunately we didn't get to see too much of it on the 2 bigger maps, but now in Bermuda, if he gets the right loadout, I think we could see him pop off.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, namaste to all of our Indian fans who have joined us in the chat as well. Don't forget to hit that like, baby. We are heading on into map number 3. It's Bermuda this time around. RRQ, Buriram, and Bikitron Delta, the dominators on this map, but only one team out of the 3 are playing here. That is RRQ. Now, when it comes to Bermuda, obviously we can look towards teams like EWOS and WAG throwing in a little bit of pressure on this map as well. We do know that both RRQ and EWOS do not have a Booyah on Bermuda thus far, but WAG does. This could just be that map where the Vietnamese squad makes that bounce back in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also to test out all the theories, right? Are we expecting to see these teams get really, really hectic towards those final rings? Because that's what we're continuing to see in the past 2 maps, which is probably going to extend into the 3rd. But looking at the overall standings, I feel like teams need to get a little bit more aggressive if they want to try and shorten that gap. GOW, they can play the fundamentals, but they know that they are slowly catching up to that upper echelon of where WAG and BRU are sitting in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, once again, we are looking for the top 12 teams. Reverse Red kind of just scraping on through with 127 points. As you can see, CRM, PE Sports, not too far away from them. They are playing in here today as well. Reverse Red trying to catch up with Vamos. Vamos is playing in here today as well. So there's heavy competition for Reverse Red to maintain that number 12 spot. Or maybe even climb up to 11th. Obviously, catching up with Bikitron Delta is not going to be too impossible. They're just 10 points away. But in order for those things to happen, they've got 4 opportunities. They need to be somewhat consistent with their plays.
Yeah, I mean, so far, based on what we can see, from places 14 all the way to, I would make an argument for 9th place, it is going to continuously shuffle because they're just way too close in points. Nobody has a safe buffer at this point. And worst yet, they're looking for top 12. So half of that, half of the people that we see contesting those spots, we might not even be able to see if they don't continue to score coming into phase 2.
Absolutely, man. I mean, of course, when we take a look at Bermuda as well, usually historical data will be able to tell us exactly who can go out there, dominate, maybe pull away a couple of booyahs. The only team actually from this combination between B and C is WAG, right? But how consistent has WAG been in here today? They haven't been very, very effective with their approaches. But at the same time, that everybody needs that one map where they can wake up again. In the past, WAG always used to start off strong on behalf of Vietnam, but that's only because Bermuda was the first map every single day in our playdays. Now it's been shuffled up already, so perhaps this is where we finally see them get activated, and then they run away with stuff. Because, we talked about how Expand has been disappointing, AG Global has been disappointing with the total number of points picked up, but WAG, they are coming up with the disappointments as well. They are 8 points after 2 games, an average of 4 points per game. Yeah, that's not number 1 worthy. So if they want to make my prediction become a reality, they gotta step it up, man. 4 games is not a lot.
I think we should wait until Alpine. That's where we know for sure whether this team is going to get activated or not, right? It's that big build-up from what we saw on day number 3, week number 1, where they came away with some big point totals, even though for the majority of the day they were kind of either middle of the pack or not showing up at all for the majority of those maps, right? Regardless, I think that at the end of it all, we need to see these teams slowly pick up the pace because we're already done with the first 2 maps. From this point onwards, every point counts.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. I feel like it's not just on Alpine. They need to do it on both, right? Hit a massive round on Bermuda, hit a massive one on Alpine, average on the other two maps, and then boom, you're on the #1 spot. But of course, as we transition into the game, let's gear up to watch yet another fantastic match here at FFWS Sea 2025 spring season. This time, it's gonna be at the OG map, Bermuda.
If you're looking for a place, spend a holiday, make sure that your GPSs don't work. Bermuda is the place to go, especially if you're trying to dodge your taxes. Now, we get a nice cut right in the middle of the map. Everything is accessible. Everybody knows where they want to go almost straight away, but we need to start looking straight to who is going to go for those early contestants, especially if we're talking about like the Malaysian squads, and if you're looking to support them, they need to win that out early unless they're battling against themselves.
And the question is, do the Malaysian teams even support themselves, right? Because we've seen, I wouldn't say we've seen infighting, but we've seen scattered gameplay all around the battlefield. Really nothing much going their way. Of course, let's hope we see a little bit of a difference shortly. Wait, literally. Rebel rushing out of that sticky situation as he walked in for the loot. In the end, we'll be able to find Poon, core memory up against GOW, and GOW pulling away first point of the day.
All right, that's what we want to see. But Cougar did not let them play the game and even finishes him off just in time. Tan unable to find the re-elimination. Unfortunately, now the pinch is going to start coming on for the rest of GOW, but they don't have that info. They don't know where a majority of the CRM guys are going to be. So just in case, they're going to be able to bring Dian back to get an overview of the situation, relay that info so that GOW make the most efficient move.
I mean, the shot from Poon was just instantaneous destruction, right? One shot, headshot, and on top of everything else to get that knock. And it was all about the positioning. But as they try to back away, punished by Wui, gets the information. They do have the quota on their side as well. As they saw those players run away, the instant backstab puts them 1 foot above. And now the spray back onto Tan. And a fantastic pickup with that electrotherapy connected as well. Wui could not get the job done, and Foki, no medkit, gets dropped. Cougar, a sliver of health. Wui going in with the Thompson. Thompson on the spray, and he gets a 2 for 2. Wui, the MVP on that play.
Perfect target acquisition coming in from Wui. The fact that he was able to knock down the man who was connected to the Cassie, instantly Cassie loses so much value at that point, but that's not the only early engagement. Here by the peak, we do see that it's going to be PE up against, AG, and even Heavy as well as Reverse Red, all within or surrounding the compound.
Yeah, all three of these teams are at the bottom of today's leaderboard, so they should not be fighting. In fact, they should back away. Talk about 4 teams, because Reverse Red hopping on in there as well. But thankfully, Reverse Red currently sitting somewhere near the top of the leaderboard, so maybe they don't want to get involved in this mess. Maybe they want to be that 4th party in this party and rip away those points. But Heavy says, nope, that's not going to work out. They back away from this potential engagement. AG Global and PE Esports still in the thick of it as Reverse Red drops by to say hello. A double push coming on through. Diamond finding Dew. And this is GG once again. Once again, it is Dew that gets shut down. He can't back the players up. Barros brings Dew back in. AG Global has an insurance policy, even if the other players get snuffed out.
Yep, and now it's going to be the escape. It's guerrilla warfare, right? Peek for a couple of seconds, get your initial pick, back away. And even PE Esports respecting the rules of engagement as well, noticing why AG were so split off and saw in the feed that Dew went down. Now, luckily, at least for AG, they will be able to recover from this. The question is whether PE is going to chase their pursuers knowing somebody is going to be on their back, or are they going to hunker down? It looks like they're going to hunker down as we look at the Malaysian Civil War here. Both UAVs have been dropped from either side. Not the best loadouts overall, but a lot of resources being committed to this fight.
Vamos, the slightly better squad. I can say, in terms of capabilities on the battlefield. And June stands in the open, but backed up. Deco still there, get the headshot. June on the floor, Lozzie traded out. Axel then sniped from afar. M82B. Axel up against Nikos now. Luki up on his feet as well. Gade going in for the pickup. Will fail. And now it's a 2v2. Axel snipe will miss the first one. Mini Uzi in the hands of Nikos. And Gade shows up out of nowhere with the Bison to back him up. And because of that play, the Indonesian import saves Vamos.
Oof. At least they had one to get off. Expand, able to keep, I mean, from this point onwards, we've seen teams just not been able to recover that well after these early engagements. We'll keep up with them in just a little bit, because for now, we're going to go back to the Bima Sakti strip once again, just off the the northern side of the peak. This one compound has been held on by P Esports for quite a long time, and I mean, for Reverse Red, it's kind of a push and pull, right? Now they take control over the compound as P Esports exit, but the roof is exposed, and I think that Laho, he knows it.
Well, Laho knows it, but the man can't do anything about it. Beautifully played by Reverse Red. Laho sprayed down. PE just tries to fly away. Far away, as a matter of fact. But the question is, does Reverse Red go in for the chase? Nameless will be able to tag up Don't Cry as he flies away. Down onto the ground he goes now. And 2 players taken away by Reverse Red. PE Sport. They cannot sustain a battle now. They have to back away. Riptide Rhythm puts him down, and Mahal, with the combination, has got that AWM in hand as well. And the fantastic strike as they continue to chase down CRM.
He could have taken his time, but no, he had to put him in his place with a simple headshot. Got to be efficient with the ammunition. But now, Heavy back in here once again. After taking initial damage, they managed to escape, but decided to come back to the peak to re-engage. And actually, I think they hear the footsteps coming in from a Reverse Red, running away in towards the guarded maze just outside.
The new season for Battle Royale. If you guys want to push your rank, I don't know. If you're a noob like me, I would suggest you to not do it now, because everybody's pushing their rank. I cannot survive, bro. I'm just getting crushed game after game. I'm going to wait a couple of days until all of these crazy players who are looking for that leaderboard dominance get out of my way.
Oh, look at PLS1. He's got the perfect angle on towards Reverse Red. And Mufasa, he's already taken names and taken bodies at the same time. And unfortunately, the 2-2 coming in from Reverse Red gets them punished. Diamond is holding out as long as he can, while Saming is making a run for it in the maze itself, trying to double back in towards the compound. But Mufasa spots him out. He manages to survive, but at this point, does he have enough currency for the revival? Yes, he does. He brings Diamond back, and now it's time for him to fight.
Beautifully done. Reverse Red went looking, hunting for PE. They found PE. They couldn't finish them off just yet. They only found 2 players, and then later rotated into Heavy, who was hearing all of those gunshots, and they took advantage. 5 eliminations for Heavy, as they shut down 3 players on the side of Reverse Red. 1 final revival coming on through to allow the Thai squad to stay alive.
Pretty active lobby so far. I mean, this is only just the second closure, right? PE Sports, again, moving away, heading slightly towards the north side of Bima Sakti strip at this point of time. But as you can see, with RRQ and as well as EVOS Divine, both covering the southeast and southwestern sides, it's not going to be an easy decision for PE to make. It's either they stand their ground against CRM here, but they've got no compounds to play, or they've got to bail out of there. They have to make this choice quick because time is running out.
Yeah, we've got a meditation session going on here on the battlefield. No fights just yet. Everybody wants a little bit of peace first. So maybe you guys can take this little lull time to tell us in the comments here at YouTube on what do you prefer, Clash Squad or Battle Royale? What kind of a boy are you? I mean, I'm a Clash Squad guy, but I'm a BR guy as well. It really depends on which side of the bed I wake up on a daily basis, you know.
If you wake up with violence, it's Clash Squad all the way. If you're feeling smart that day and the universe tells you that the luck is on your side, we go into BR. As Abe, feeling himself, making this fight look easy, wins out the jiggle picking contest, unfortunately, and will also secure the elimination. CRM has been taking a lot of damage coming in from RRQ, while PE Esports is now heading closer to the south. Now the contract mark is already revealing their positions, and Heavy want to capitalize on it as Evos Ray has put him onto the opposite side. So it looks like both Indonesian squads knew each other's positions for the time being prior to the fight.
Well, Diamond, full team revival coming on through. And we just saw Abe dancing around the M590. That's the in-meta shotgun right now. Obviously not as crazy as what the Trogon could do in its prime. With the 3 consecutive shots. The M590, on the other hand, is just a single pump action shotgun. You miss your shot, you gotta wait for the shotgun to reload first before you can take another. There's a little bit of timing there, so you gotta mechanically jump around, maneuver, lay out those glue walls, and if you're not, you just can't dominate with the M590. But quite a number of players, though, have managed to find exactly that. Now, nothing to do here on this revival platform. That was a fantastic snipe coming on through from RRQ as they continue to chase down the rest of Core Memories players. 3 players still left on in here. Make that 2, maybe? Yep, just 2.
Just 2. But it looks like Reverse Red have not been able to recover just yet. As RRQ is on this chase, I don't think they realize that the other CRM members are actually just chilling by the silo. In the meantime, we are seeing teams trying to get back onto their feet as the 3rd circle has been revealed very right smack into the center of the map itself, which is kind of awkward because one side is pretty empty. The landscape, especially through the middle, is blocked off by this entirely concrete road, and people on top of it either can have a hot game or the worst game.
Yeah, again, Expand being vultured upon by Team Vamos. 7 eliminations already, and I think they've just fully farmed Expand players. Lozis is 1 more, dropping on in the open. And this is the aggressive version of Team Vamos as they go in here for a full-on engagement. And in the chat, MD Tanvir says he's a 5-finger sniper player. Do you have tiny baby hands? How do you fit 5 fingers on your screen, bro?
He's probably using the new S25, right? It's the only thing that has that much space to fit all 5.
Amen. You can even go in here for a 6-finger claw and play the sniper ball, like as long as you're getting some eliminations. Like cool. So yeah, I mean, quite a number of teams are good with the eliminations today. GOW, Reverse Red, RRQ, EVOS, even PE Esports is decent with the eliminations thus far. Nobody's gone crazy yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, even Vamos is actually part of that argument. The last time we checked, the current teams in the lobby, they were sitting right on top of 6. Oh boy! And now RQ just getting punished. And this is what I was talking about, right? Both sides of this incomplete highway is pretty deadly for anybody chilling on the opposite side as they get ammo dumped and as well as util dumped. The 2 monster trucks proving to be more valuable cover as GOW is trying to keep PE back in the blue.
Oi! Well, don't cry, just ate an FGL and a grenade right after NKong. Look at all of those glue wall melters dropping their defenses, but don't cry will be picked up here by NKong. So full recovery by PE Sports, but the circle's going to be pressuring them right here, right now. NKong down on the ground. LBT can't turn around to save it just yet. He was Divine right in front of them. The last time this happened, 2 players got taken out of PE, but the recovery was there. But this time, those players expire. 4v2, he was Divine, can't go crazy just yet. GOW shows up and instantly wiped by EVOS.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that PE Sports got away with that. They let him into that fight. They started pushing their flanks. They made EVOS a little nervous about their current positioning, forcing them to take an all-in engagement. But now we look towards the northeastern side of the map as Vamos and as well as Expand still in the running as they're fighting each other. But WAG now getting hit by the Riptide Rhythm from Heavy's side. Heavy does not want to let them hold their current spot. Again, these next couple of rings, it's looking very, very open right in smack in the center.
Well, if you know what's good for you, WAG, you're going to take this fight fast. Vamos right in front. Allen, M590. Look at the aggression. Electrotherapy working on him outside the circle. Gets the first stack. Turns around 180. Lozzy down on the floor. Beautifully shot down as well. Jun. Krillin found him with the grenade launcher. But the question is, can he be safe? The pickup is there for Krillin as Reverse Red gets eliminated in 11. And WAG can't seem to finish the days of Vamos off just yet.
It's not looking good here. Luckily, Allen, that electrotherapy is keeping him out and about. despite the number of shots he's taken. However, they've used all of their glue walls actually to get into this next zone. And now peppering Falcons towards their right side. However, Heavy has been having the high ground this whole time, and it looks like Heavy should be able to win this out as Allen's trying to buy as much time as possible, forces the all-in, gets the trade at least, but that means Export is forced to take a fight too close for his comfort, even with the AWM. Heavy should be finishing this off real quick, but now even Vamos, wait, Falcons get eliminated. Because now Vamos getting in the mix, still out in the blue, and it looks like WAG next to be eliminated, and now RRQ pushing in and trying to get in on this action.
Back to back to back, Vietnam picking up the #1 spot. I'm actually liking that idea. Let's see if that can happen, right? Vamos taken out in the 7th spot as well, but of course RRQ still alive and kicking. They can be a huge threat here in contention for the #1 spot up against the Vietnamese squad Heavy, who are on fire with the number of eliminations that they have so far. On the opposite side, Monster Truck straight towards Core Memory. Chinoy with the engagement from the back, but Core Memory will have to deal with Heavy first.
Yeah, this is such an unideal spot to be playing from, especially when you have to worry about not only your height, but the low ground goes even lower than you think. At least it looks like the low ground position is working out very nicely for EVOS, and they're trying to flush out RRQ, which is the only exposed angle that's really threatening their position if they want to look out to the rest of the server.
Yeah, Riptide Rhythm outside the circle. I don't know what they were looking for. Maybe RRQ, but they didn't find that well. Circle's gonna leave RRQ high and dry. That's being tagged up alongside Ma'al as well. That's straight down to the ground. It's just a civil war. He was Divine up against RRQ. RRQ spending too long outside the circle, and they will expire. Heavy versus Ewok. One of them will score the booyah here.
And now they're trying to get closer, ever so close, especially towards Heavy side, who still have all of their members. While this has been happening, AG just sneaking away with this. They want these two teams to actually clash, but what is
Beautiful grenade, and now look at this Mufasa, and the Rebel rush straight on in. Hans has got the time turner there. The backup is on point. Double M590 on for the connection. Get nice, gets the spray. Chinoy still alive. Please one down on the ground. Chinoy getting involved. AG Global still alive, and they are in contention for the booyah. If things go south for Heavy here, 13 eliminations. Mufasa the final player. AG Global, Chinoy still alive. Mufasa turns around. He goes down. EVOS versus AG now.
Oh my goodness. The third, just the fact that they picked off the back line here. I mean, EVOS Divine, yes, they clutched out, especially in close quarters, and really showed Heavy what it's all about. But Chinoy being a mosquito and really getting them out. He takes out Ray. All right, that's one, but he has to deal with the second. But with two people already on him with CQC weapons, a MAC-10 might not be the best in the world, but that Trogon's probably going to do the rest. Aim God is down. Now forcing it into a 1v1. Can he clutch this out?
Chinoy, though, gets tagged by the circle, almost pulled off the most phenomenal save for his squad. AG Global's Chinoy trying to steal the limelight, but it is EVOS Divine that scores the booyah. Heavy got close enough, but just could not complete the journey. Why? Because AG Chinoy from the back, eliminating PLS1, and that shocked the team of Heavy, threw them into shambles, gave the opening to EVOS Divine, who did not think twice to take advantage of that chaos. Phenomenal ending to Game 3.
Yeah, EVOS Divine, they got themselves loaded up. That's why they pulled back to this side where there was a bunch of body bags ready to go, and that's why they still had glue walls. And unfortunately for Heavy, they did not have that Riptide Rhythm ready to go to clear this out. If not, this would have been a much cleaner take for Heavy overall, and why it got so scrappy in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. I mean, as far as Vietnam is concerned, it's literally kabhi khushi, kabhi gum. Sometimes you're happy, sometimes, well, they come and they grab your booyah, baby. That's exactly what happened. Vietnam back-to-back earlier, but now up top in terms of today's dominance stands two teams from Indonesia, EVOS Divine and RRQ. Crazy thing is RRQ doesn't even have a booyah yet from today.
EVOS made sure that they did it. The only other team who they thought could put them in a tough spot, they flushed them out, took away their cover, which incentivized the rest of the lobby to also get in on the action.
Amen. And of course, EVOS Divine earlier on with the engagement up against PE Sports. They dropped the ball after catching them with their guard down. PE Sports did not pull up the glue wall in time. They got the initial 2 engagements and then everything turned around against them. But instead of allowing that to affect them negatively, PE Sports kind of fueled the fire in the hearts of EVOS Divine. They came out this time, but they were very careful maneuvering their way towards that final circle. I really love how they executed it, but it would have been impossible without the interference of AG Global's Chinoy.
I can't believe with how much he got away with it. Everyone kind of forgot about the entire situation. Once Heavy was in full engagement with EVOS, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. He even had an AWM to make those picks and headshots actually count. The right weaponry, I think he probably wish he had a couple more med packs there, but hey, what are you going to do about it? Best scenario possible.
Absolutely, man. Of course, don't forget to hit that like if you're, regardless of which platform you're tuning into from. But if you do want to join us in on this conversation, then head on over to the Free Fire Esports official YouTube channel. Hop on into the comment section and join us as we continue on with the day. We are going to head on in here for the interview with Miss Conchita Caroline. We'll catch you guys in a bit.
Thank you, casters, survivors. We finally got our booyah today. Congratulations, EVOS Divine. This is even more special because it's actually EVOS Divine's first ever booyah in FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2025 Knockout Stage. I'm here with Ray from EVOS Divine. We're gonna talk for a bit. So how does it feel to finally secure your booyah? I know it's been a long time coming. You guys had to wait. You guys didn't manage to secure a booyah last week, but how does it feel to finally get one? Aku tahu ini penantian yang cukup panjang. Pekan lalu pada week 1 gagal untuk ngamanin booyah. Tapi apa yang akhirnya dirasakan setelah hari ini justru booyah pertama Indonesia, kalian yang berhasil mempersembahkan?
Perasaannya pasti seneng banget, apalagi kita jarang masuk top 3. Makanya kita booyah jadinya seneng banget.
So he's super happy because it was difficult for them to actually reach top 3 in each games last week. They managed to finally do this today. Hopefully this fun can continue. But if we're speaking about the performances itself, what difficulty did you guys had to face last week and what makes winning a booyah was very, very difficult for you? Kalau kita kilas balik lagi ke performance di pekan lalu, menurut kamu apa sih kesulitan yang dihadapi dan apa yang bikin EVOS tuh kayaknya kok susah banget nih bisa pecah telur buyahnya?
Mungkin karena tim kita kebanyakan full mekanik kali ya. Jadinya agak susah di late game-nya, kita suka keculik-culik.
Okay, so the difficulties they were facing last week was probably because the players has so many similarities when it comes to mechanics. So it was very difficult for them to actually do something about it in the late game. But moving on, I'm sure your coach has been giving you some evaluation, some advices. Can you tell us what type of advice that he's been giving you and the other guys on the team? Ada evaluasi atau pesan-pesan dan juga nasihat nggak sih yang dikasih sama coach buat kalian semua di tim? Wejangan-wejangan gitu sampai akhirnya buyahnya berhasil didapetin hari ini.
Mungkin motivasinya lebih jadi kayak satu suara aja lah. Biar kita di late game-nya lebih kuat.
So the advice is pretty simple. Make sure that you guys have the same game plan in their head. Make sure that you guys have the same voice so that it's not really hard for them to work together during the game and even during hard times. Terakhir nih, last question. Well, it's not really a question but more of a request. Would you like to say something for your fans? Because I know all of the fans are eagerly waiting for this moment dari pekan kemarin sampai pekan ini. Apa yang mau disampaikan pesan-pesannya buat fans?
Mungkin dukung kita aja terus karena kemarin week 1 agak kurang maksimal. Semoga di week kedua ini kita bisa jadi lebih maksimal.
Amin. He said and he asked the fans to keep supporting them because they know that the first week was not a great performance by EVOS Divine, but they promise to do better this week and the upcoming weeks. And they will, I'm sure. Thank you so much, Ray, and congratulations once again for EVOS Divine. We're gonna go back to the casters. I'm sure they really have a lot to say about this interview. So take it away, casters.
Big words coming in from Ray. I love it because, I mean, this squad overall, the age, they're all very, very young. And I think that, you know,
Yeah.
it makes sense why the coach is giving them advice of being one voice. I'm guessing that they had communication issues in those late games with so many things going on. So I love seeing this team evolve. I love seeing them get better from week 1 coming into week 2. They're not playing it risky, especially in the earlier stages, but they do still want to keep that aggressive personality.
Yeah, and you got to respect the person who straight out calls himself out and his team's performance. He acknowledged that they were not at their very best in week 1 and they're looking for the points here in week 2. And I mean, they've done it, right? 3 games in, they are now near the top of the leaderboard, and this is what we want to see out of Indonesia. And we are only being represented by 2 teams here for Indonesia within the grouping of B and C. EVOS Divide and RRQ, and they're definitely getting the job done right. RRQ still has not pulled up a booyah here just yet, and they're sitting right behind EVOS Divide. We'll show you guys the leaderboard for the day shortly. But looking at the replays here, I'm still waiting for that final battle sequence between AG Global, because Chinoy, he really stole the show, right? From getting involved in that backstep up against PE all the way, up against Heavy, all the way down to almost wrecking EVOS, just knocking down 2 players, but finally succumbing to the third. 7 eliminations, 3,107 on the damage, and 8 knockdowns. This is what I'm talking about. 3,000 damage, you've got 8 knockdowns, 7 eliminations. You are having a hell of a good game, and that's exactly what Ray went through.
And no, I mean, I'm loving his loadout, right? Previously, he was trying to test out week 1 with Oscar. Now he's on the A124. He wants to guarantee find those knockdowns and guarantee those eliminations as soon as possible. Nothing is going to stop him, even cover. But I also want to bring up the rest of his team. I got to give props to EVOS Aimgod because he has got incredible battlefield awareness. Even when completely surrounded by glue walls and struggling to find information about positions, he keeps his team in line, in check, to as soon as line of sight opens up, everybody in the firing squad is ready to shoot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And yes, we've got an update in the chat as well. The Indonesian Free Fire channel is exploding with views right now. We've got 10,000 concurrent viewers there from the Indonesian crowd. They are all excited, pumped up that EVOS Divine and RRQ are at the top. Let's look at some of the stats here through eliminations. We've got a total of 12, little by little, game after game, 9, 10, and now 12. We are heading towards those explosive rounds. But look at the efficiency here. 3,000 damage, 7 eliminations. 1,400 damage, 2 eliminations. 1,005 damage, 3 eliminations. This is what I'm calling a concise game. They're going out there. They are only shooting when they know they can have a feast. They are not jumping into battles they cannot walk away with points from. This was a brilliant game for EVOS.
I mean, you can see by their setup and as well as the numbers, they want to make sure that Ray is in a position to really capitalize on their opponents, which is why he's going to be coming up as our key player in terms of eliminations. However, in terms of damage, Maal has been putting some good work with that AWM, but let's not forget about Chinoy. His picks were so huge for AG.
Yeah, and what Chinoy is showing us is that AG is capable of phenomenal destruction. They just have not activated in the competition just yet. I would not write AG Global off. I still think they are a huge threat. I think they are mucking around. They are being a little unserious. They're not going all in just yet because they know they can literally flex on 1 week and they can jump into the top 12. No questions asked. But of course, we are waiting to see those explosive rounds from them. Looking at the leaderboard for this game, 24 points and 21 from the side of Heavy. EVOS will beat them by 3 points. That's not just thanks to the eliminations that were almost close, because Heavy actually got 1 more than them, but all thanks to the booyah, which is why it's so important to walk away with the #1 spot.
Heavy 3 points denied because of AG being able to just snatch away those elimination points, especially on the downs, not to mention 1 stolen away by RRQ. And I think that Heavy might have been able to come out of this game really, really big, but unfortunately just wasn't the case. Let's look at today's standings now, because EVOS shoots all the way up to #1 with 50 total points, and RRQ just below them, 8 points behind.
That's insane. EVOS NRRQ, Indonesia, standing up tall here today. And obviously, I wanted WAG to get the #1 spot. They are achieving it from the bottom.
I mean, it's a bit of a reverse situation here, but it will just give them a little bit more time. Nextera is going to be our upcoming map, and this is where they feel a lot more comfortable, where we're expecting WAG to really start to heat up. But in general, in terms of like the elimination points, it's looking pretty good. Like Vamos is again been farming Expand for the past couple of maps. I want to see whether or not that changes in Nextera.
And don't forget, we are also seeing which team can reach 30 eliminations first. But I'm wondering, like, is this a 1v1? Do the other teams have to do, like, the punishment? I don't know, but either way, I'm looking forward to it, Gideon.
Hey, maybe you can ask the powerful AI capabilities of Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, who probably already has the answers for you. And if you probably ask them, hey, do you have cool imaging with it? Of course, it's got ray tracing already inbuilt with the model. It's so powerful. It comes equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite 4 Galaxy processors, and I think, you know, they're just hitting all the dots, right? Fast processing, great graphics, and AI technology. In case you happen to remember that you need something, don't worry, AI has already figured it out before you could think of it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, it's just something that it will be able to take your game to the next level. You may be able to have your, mechanical skills all in check. You know the meta, you know which skills to use, you know what gun to pick up, you know exactly how to put yourself in a winning situation. But if your hardware can't get you to the very end, securing those booyahs are going to be tough. But of course, speaking of tough, that's exactly what the day has been like. But 3 games in, 3 flags seen. That's beautiful.
Yep, everybody is looking for the gunning for those top spots. And now we move over to Nextera. This is where things get interesting because there are so many situations. I mean, Bermuda and as well as Purgatory, there again, 2 types of scenarios that you're going to be finding yourself in those final rings, but Nextera is going to be interesting every single time we get to that final zone. Right now, Falcon's sitting at top with 40 whopping points in this map alone, and hopefully they're looking to beat their personal best so that they can catch up with the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to as well. But obviously, Falcons are the dominators of this map, and we actually need them to, well, dominate a little bit out there because 3 games in, they are standing at 29 total points picked up, and that's an average of just, you know, a few pointers shy of 10 per game, which is not the usual Falcons. But just like what I said about AG Global, these big teams really don't need to flex on anyone just yet. So I think they're trying out something. Perhaps it's just with some of these passive skills that they're bringing in. Maybe the rotation's a little bit different. But I'm looking forward to those explosive rounds as well.
Yeah, I am as well. I mean, look, it's about evolving. It's about adapting. So what place better to go and duke it out against the entire lobby than the City of the Future itself? Welcome, everybody. It's Nextera.
And let's see exactly who's the next to get kicked out early today here. WAG's been having a rough time, but as far as they are concerned, alongside the rest of the squads here, not a lot of hot drops they can expect because of how decent this flight path is.
Yep, I was expecting to see like a hot drop between Expand and Vamos once again, but it looks like they're taking 2 opposite angles here, especially since they know there's always going to be action happening at Intellect Center, especially with CRM. They love this spot, but Heavy looking to beat them to the punch, right? They all are. Wait, hold on. There's even a member of WAG actually in the mix.
Heavy. They are currently chasing CRM on today's performance leaderboard. They are literally 1 spot behind them, and they have 1 point to catch up with Team CRM.
And that's first blood already from WAG. Exbor, he's taken the top of Intellect Center. Already has found himself a pick. Already finds himself an elimination point, and that puts Heavy in a bit of an awkward spot, right? All 3 of their members wanted to go for this engagement against CRM, knowing that a bunch of people were dropping, but with that initial pick, it's gonna turn them more into pacifists at this point of time as they look to rotate out, and they might look like they go into the direction of where Vamos is. Oh wait, hold on, not even CRM's here. Exbor, he's got this whole place to himself now.
They'll focus back onto Heavy. And I did mention that Heavy is 1 point behind CRM in today's standings, but on the overall leaderboard, it is still Heavy doing slightly better than them. Speaking of slightly better, Esports has not managed to bounce back in here just yet, as WAG's X-Ball finds Hans from the side of WAG. Heavy. It's a tad bit unfortunate, but that will force a revival to come through from them.
Yeah, it looks like Vamos is on their own here, trying to deal with the CRM members, but now we keep our eyes over to Reverse Red. They've already got some pretty good shots in. Unfortunately, they don't have all the information they need about everybody else. They spot out Woy, but there's no way to tell who's the rusher and who is the sniper early on into this game. He can only assume it's a sniper for standing so far out in the open, as Dian is slowly creeping up on him. No information, nameless. Does he check the corner? He jumps. He sees him just in time and quickly drops down the glue wall as he quickly has to go back. Notices the shotgun in hand as he whips it out just in time and forces his way back. He brings out his own and is trying to hold these angles. A good way to play the M5 because it's all about jiggle peeking. Wants to get some splash damage against the floor. Now, with Exposy, with the initial shots he comes on through, Exposy able to trade back straight away. The beauty of having a support player, and especially when you have the treatment gun to keep Nameless alive. They find the initial pick, another pick here against GOW.
But thank God, all 12 teams still on their feet thanks to the pocket market instantaneous revivals coming on through. But Demon in a lot of trouble because here comes the Reverse Red 4 players. They've got this compound surrounded already. Demon with the throw gone, finds the tag and a knock. Nameless down on the ground. Demon can do something big here, but Expose, he saw that coming. P90 to the head. And Demon gets taken out of the equation. We brings him right back into action.
Really good bait there. Really, really good bait. Exposy just taps the revive. Here's the audio cue. Swings out, punishes him. But now we come back to Heavy getting attacked as Lolzy is able to get nice for now. But Heavy still spread out members, and it looks like they're not able to recover from this as the expand members are looking for him as well. Does he have enough? No, not even close. Look at headshots PLS1 so quick before he can even respond. Hans, again, how many revives do they actually have as CRM is gunning him down right off the get-go. Launches up, gets shot out of the sky.
Shot out of the sky, and their hopes are crushed for Team Heavy to catch up with CRM's performance, and CRM 2 points up already puts them in a great spot in the grand scheme of things to catch up with Heavy on the overall leaderboard. Now Expand, one player down on the ground. Jump is the one to shut down Decon. Luki and Walt very low on that HP, and Luki didn't step away. Walt's a sliver of health left on him. Jump cannot find that connection just yet through the scope. Has to cut down this distance, but Core Memory circling on in. Luki taken out of the equation, but Expand still has some cash on them to play this recovery.
Such good timing coming in from CRM. Catches them out in the open waters and finds 2 picks despite the completing. Now the dash comes on through. Cooler needs to win this out. He may not have the best weaponry in the world, but he does have a team behind him as he over dashes and puts himself in a dangerous spot as Export. The next falls. Keroro takes him out in one fell swoop.
Well, WAG with the 6 eliminations looking for a comeback up against Falcons. Limit finding the connection, but that does not snuff out Allen's fire just yet. Limit gets tagged up. Good stuff on the prone. Recovers a little bit, but Limit with a headshot. And the connection puts Cyrus down and out of the equation. Pick up by Allen. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. A double glue wall to pull it right back up. Buys himself a few seconds, but off-screen X-Boss shut down as well. Falcons just torturing WAG.
Yeah, WAG, unfortunately, the battle lines are broken now with X-Board down. Honestly, a really good call coming in from Falcons, expecting to see another player in the middle of that rotation. Tries to block out line of sight. Allen should be able to launch out of there with his boy. Support as well as Rusher out of there.
They get out. Take a time and waltz! Expand out of the pan into the fire, running away from Core Memory, only to get snuffed out at the very final second where they thought they could find a revival. RRQ up against AG Global now. This is not going to be good for AG if they do not walk away the victors of this engagement.
Oh yeah, I mean they've already got the contract to start tracking them down. They're trying to find angles, find space, but AG notices he's not moving. Habe isn't really moving, and this is a little suspicious, right? You would have imagined that some kind of contact would have happened by now, but now we cut over to PE, trying to punish Vamos on this rotation here at the top of their building, making sure that the rest of Farmtopia is safe, but they have a free means. Oh, they're fine. Thank goodness nobody got knocked down like that.
I mean, that would have been an easy squad wipe for anybody in a opportunistic position to catch them off guard, spray them down with the SMGs or the assault rifle, but we can thank PE's lucky stars. Nobody saw that except us.
At least we're catching these moments, right? The small bits of action that happens between the engagements. Now the UAV gets shot down, and that's going to give plenty of information for Reverse Red. This incomplete highway does loop around, so they could look for angles, especially since they've already got plenty of natural cover in the compounds to work with.
That's a slow-paced game today. Didn't expect to see a lot of aggression, but definitely expected to see some action. RRQ from afar. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of GOW player after player. They put them down on the ground. 3 now, straight down. GOW has no response. And looks like Demon will be able to trade one back. But can he pick up the rest of his team members? He fails to do so. All thanks to the Riptide Rhythm, courtesy of RRQ's Ma'al. And now he gets sprayed down to the ground. But Demon, the damage has been done. Even if he plays recovery revival now, how long can he stand? Well, he doesn't even get to do that. Cypher puts the final nail in the coffin.
I gotta give it to Ma'al. He has been on it with these headshots, man. He has been finding some incredible picks on initial contact against his opponents. And, well, even though Duo continues to maintain this contact and actually, wait, hold on. They're coming in pretty quick. Not sure how close they actually are as RRQ just chills out in the blue for now.
And don't forget to hit that like Karo. You know, if not, it's going to be Kabikushi Kabigamu with the casters as well. Sometimes we love you, sometimes we don't. When you don't hit that like, we don't love you.
It's it's just the relationship we have. You know?
Gideon's like, wait, AJ, is it okay to tell the chat we don't love them? We don't love you, chat. We don't.
It's not a matter of we don't love you or not. It's like, man, this is a business. AJ came out to play today. Usually he's so nice, but now it's all business this time.
It is like, bro, wait. I just came, you don't get me fired just yet. No, chat loves us, bro. We good. Ice grenade, not gonna find anyone, Ray, if you toss it out like that. PE Sports backing away. They want no part of this engagement up against EVOS.
And M-God so aware already, notices the launch and instantly tries to punish them. PE probably saw that ice grenade and they're like, we want no part of this. The intimidation tactics from Ray, successful. It's mental game.
Oh, God. Gideon, wake me up if the action starts, alright? I'm gonna take a shot now.
Hey, no worries. Right now, it's a bit of a snoozer, I'm not gonna lie, but we're coming into at least the very third ring, right? And we see that Cyrus, he's got the FAMAS, he's again trying to shoot down and trying to pepper down the members. Very, very slow from every single one of these teams, right? We've seen how Nextera's final rings net players at least 11 in eliminations, or at least coming towards the final ring, we get to see 14 eliminations sometimes from a team that's able to bulldoze the outer circle. But for now, it's just going to be, a big chill time. It's no need to put yourself in the line of fire. Oh, WAG still 7 eliminations, pretty hot up, and it looks like they want to compromise the position of PE as they're even throwing the launchers to break line of sight, threaten them with damage.
Jayesh asking in the YouTube chat which Indian teams I know. It doesn't matter, bro. They haven't been in the esports circuit for a long time. Even if I knew the OGs, the efficacy of those plays will not be as beautiful. We have to see them in action up against some of the Southeast Asian teams, or anybody, as a matter of fact, to see exactly who can be called out. Don't want to be saying names and then disappoint fans because they don't show up strong like WAG is trying to do here.
What is going on? Look, yes, they finally take advantage of this. EVOS Divine was in the middle of this engagement by the Arsenal up against Vamos, and they've been going on for quite They got 2 members drilling now against PE Esports as Vamos G'day is already on it and eliminate EVOS Divine because of the initial contact coming in from WAG.
And it's so much more sweeter because it was G'day that took out the final player from his ex-squad. Talk a little bit about salt in some wound.
It's not over yet because Falcons now preying upon the members of WAG as well as PE Esports as they finally get eliminated. And once they're done, they're like, okay, let's just focus back on our rotations. So we come back to RRQ, have already taken out one part of the duo of Reverse Red.
Yeah, Reverse Red is literally reversing all the way back into their infancy here in the world of Free Fire. They're not showing up at all today. No bit of aggression has been able to deter the pressure brought by some of these squads here. But it's good to see WAG playing the game of recovery. As anticipated, they do have a little bit of extra leg room to work around with because of their comfort map here at Purgatory. But can they get to that Booyah status? We still have to wait and see. Diamond now. High and dry. The blue circle leaves him. Ah, come on! Get out of the scope at the worst moment, and that will allow Diamond to secure a few extra seconds on the battlefield before Ma'al finds him with the AWM.
Now, RQ, they gotta make sure their backs are clear here as they're getting chased down by AG Global. They have to take this fight eventually. Abe, he's going for these pot shots, but these blue walls are getting a little frustrating. Tries to save the down member here just to buy a little bit of time, deny the points as they go for the outer side. They quickly even drop the UAV down as Shinoy tries to break on through. It's close, and Ma'al, he's cut off, but Shinoy, he's done for. That's one elimination as Ma'al finds another one and gets so many elimination points for this team at the cost of 18 deer.
Yeah, solid plays coming through from Ma'al. It's not the easiest to snipe in a good game of Free Fire, especially in our esports circuit. Abe making the mistake with the jump up, but experience will teach him that there are some tricks we can use up here on this map. AG Global clunked out at 6. WAG losing 2 players back-to-back. Vamos and Falcons will chip in to remove WAG.
They got pinched, but Abe and as well as Boots has been holding the front lines really, really well despite being exposed, but they're unable to capitalize on this scenario. RQ need to make the choice now because they're caught between a rock and a hard place and they choose the house to break down. As Rick Farios come through, oh my god, Ma'al finds the headshot and Abe follows up upon it to get a second one, as well as Cougar as well. This should be a quick finish off onto CRM unless they buy even more time, but here comes Vamos as well to pepper them down. They've got 2 angles to worry about, and Ma'al, if he can get another headshot here, that would be impressive. Oh my god, he finds it against Jordan.
Yeah, beautiful, but no grenades for the follow-up though, but that is pressure enough. 14 eliminations strong, game after game. We started off with 9, we went to 10, we went to 12, and now at 14, but I don't think we stop here. We do not stop now. RRQ moving on in, but they are paused. 18 years, sprayed down by Limit. Falcons getting involved in this fight between RRQ and Vamos. This is not good. Ma'al now not tagged up by the grenade, and now Vamos going in for the aggressive push.
They just have to hold. RRQ just have to hold. They will eventually have space to play. Ma'al's the first to go down. Unfortunately, Vamos decide to accelerate this fight. Abe is able to find 2, and Keroro now getting onto the axle's back. Peter and as well as Keroro are done waiting around, and RRQ are at a man disadvantage, and Falcons in full fighting forces. They find the bodies, find the eliminations, get Limit again, another headshot, proving why he's the better sniper sometimes, as Abe the last to fall. 3 booyah for Falcons.
16 eliminations, 12 points from placements for a total of 28. Solid stuff out here from Purgatory. And obviously RRQ earlier on, they were sitting down on 21 eliminations. They got about 14, so they have reached 30 eliminations already. I don't know exactly how many EVOS Divine got because they were at 26 eliminations earlier on. We were looking for the first team to exceed 30 eliminations. And of course, the result for that will be announced a little bit later on. And I think in this one game alone, multiple teams achieved that. But obviously, we're looking for the first team to do so. We do not have the information on exactly who that is. But when we find out later, we celebrate. But I'm still confused. If you have one winner, does it mean 11 teams go through the punishment?
I don't know. Maybe it's one of those punishments that's easy to mass produce, right? Easy to get everybody involved in. We'll see in a little bit by the end of today, but well done to the Falcons here. Unfortunately for RRQ, this final engagement really wasn't in their choice, or it really wasn't in their favor or their influence at all. They're caught out in between a rock and a hard place, and Vamos just said, you know what, let's just make the decision for you, which really sealed the deal on whether or not they would walk away with a booyah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is all about who claims that booyah for themselves and how can they climb up this leaderboard in terms of dominance for the day. For Falcons, as far as they're concerned, it's not the marathon that they're looking for. It's just these small little adjustments here and there. We saw dominance from Indonesia, EVOS and RRQ sitting down at top. Falcons wants to topple them and soar above. I think they have done just enough to climb into the midst of the Indonesian power play up at the top for today's dominance, but I don't think number one spot is saying hello to them just yet, Gideon.
Not yet, not yet. We'll see how many points they need to accumulate to do the math for you guys. Generally, I'm pretty happy with more resistance actually coming out from Group C, because the last time we saw these two groups battle each other out, it was just free food for Group B overall. So it's great to see that at least the push and pulls, there's a lot more tension.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are gearing up for the interview segment as well. We're going to be taking a quick short break as the host walks us through exactly how this one came on through. And thankfully, we get to throw the camera over this time around. But it's not Bunletrix. I was expecting to see her, but if I'm not mistaken, we've got a new host called Nisa. She's rocking the mic in here today. I am curious to know if or not we're going to have a more enthusiastic side of Thailand this time round, because Falcons, they've been doing fine. I mean, AG Global, they didn't want to flex on anyone because, you know, they've been struggling a little bit. But Falcons, I'm expecting some fighting words out of them, Gideon.
I'm also expecting some fighting words out of them. Personally, for me, I think that I'm hoping, actually, that we do get some insight on how Limit has been integrating with the team overall. Is he helping this team change in their overall playstyle rather than just being hyper-aggressive?
I mean, Limit as the sniper, that's exactly what the squad has been needing for a long, long time. Someone who can engage from afar. We even saw CosQ try to do that before he became the analyst of the squad, right? Because they've always been trying to patch this little bit of a issue with their gameplay. How do we engage from afar and snuff out the forces of the enemy before going in there for the rush? And Limit was always able to do it on attack all around. He was a superstar on the snipes. He's kind of joined this squad. They're trying to get the chemistry running perfectly. They haven't met that just yet, but I'm sure we're not too far away from it. But for now, the interview, we'll be back with you guys in a bit.
Hello guys, welcome back to the interview session, and here we are with แนะนำตัวหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมปีเตอร์จากทีม Falcon ครับ
Okay, let's start with some questions from our fans. Which team in which country, apart from Thai teams, do you think is the best right now? คิดว่าทีมไหนเป็นตัวเต็งอยู่คะนอกจากทีมไทยในตอนนี้
ก็น่าจะเป็น RQ ครับเพราะว่าเป็นการเล่นที่น่ากลัวครับสไตล์การเล่นของเขาตอนนี้
He thinks it's RRQ because their strategies and everything makes them so scary. Okay, next one. What do you think is the best strategy to win this booyah? คิดว่าแผนไหนที่ทำให้เราแบบวินบูย่านี้เลยคะ
ก็น่าจะเป็นที่ผมลงครับเพราะว่าผมคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงครับ
It's because of him. He's the main character right now. He's the change. He's gonna win. Okay, next one. What do you normally do when you practice? ปกติแล้วทำอะไรคะเวลาเราแบบซ้อมอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ก็เล่นเกมกับเพื่อนเยอะๆครับจะได้รู้ใจกันแล้วก็เข้าขากัน
He normally plays a lot, so then he'll be really connected to his teams and his friends. Okay, to the last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to the opponent teams? มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมตรงข้ามไหมคะ
ก็ถ้าไม่อยากจบเลขหลัก10ก็อย่ามาใกล้ทีมผมแล้วกันครับ
Oh, that's a harsh one. Okay, if you don't want to get eliminated, just don't get close to him. Better not. Okay, thank you so much for the interview today. Let's get back to the Shoutcasters. Bye.
for the lack of better words, if you don't want to get your butt whooped, stay out of our way. I'll take that warning. I'll take it. Don't worry, bro. I don't want to.
Oh yeah, if I see your name pop up in ranked, I'm out of there. You know, I don't want to make
Quit
first
game.
contact.
I will take that
Quit
penalty.
game.
Yes, you derank me. I don't care. You banned me for 5 hours for quitting the match halfway through. I don't care. I'm not gonna face Falcons, bro.
I don't want that screenshot to happen because man, hey, at least
You
with what
know
we're
the
seeing-
screenshot will happen. We just whooped Gideon.
It's so easy. GG, go next. Oh man, I love how Peter. You could see him literally growing up through the scene. From last year, it was so much energy, really wants to get in your face. Now you can see him. It's like he's got the glasses on, he's got the braces on, and he's just like, you know what? There's more to life. There's more to fight for here. We gotta take it slow.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, at the end of the day, right, they are millionaires in many different ways. They are the champions of the Esports World Cup in the region of Free Fire. They are the gods at this point of time. But after achieving that, they kind of lost their passion to go all out. They kind of still did stuff. They picked up some decent amount of prize pool, but they were not calling themselves champions. But they still do have an opportunity to go back-to-back champions at EWC. And I think that's pretty fancy. If you can actually pull that off, that's not too bad at all. And that's what Limit is all about, right? Being brought in there for that very stage. They're just ramping up. They're just trying out something. Something seems to be clicking even as they're experimenting. That is scary.
Hey, imagine having the moniker of two-time EWC champion. Will always be twice the millionaire you are, no matter how much you win. That's Peter right there, man. It's great to see it. But like, I felt like last year we saw all that aggression is just raw mechanics. We gotta rush you in the face. If you get a pick, then it's easier. Now it's just it's so much slower. They're not doubling down on what they're good at. They're trying to kind of expand and grow around that, knowing that the meta is not only changing, but is very team oriented with the builds that you go into the game with.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I'm curious to see if or not we're going to see more out of WAG, because that was the best game that they've had all day. And still, they didn't get to walk away with the booyah. They got, you know, their run ended a little prematurely. We've got 2 more opportunities here, Gideon. And the maps where we were expecting them to kind of like come bursting out of the gate, Bermuda, it didn't really happen. So WAG is struggling quite a little bit today.
Maybe it's just a slow summer or slow winter, right? It comes a little bit later than you would like it to be. You know, you're hoping for a warm day. It's still cold. But I think after this game, it's clear that they're at least greasing the wheels of the bicycle before they get back on it. We'll see whether or not they're going to have the motor, because last week's Alpine was an intense game for them. I'm pretty sure that they're probably going to put just as much effort into this one. And, I mean, I'm hoping that they beat their personal best so far, because they've already set a pretty high standard for week 1, day 3.
Yeah, they most definitely did, right? And Felix just called out the whole chat. They're like, you guys are only supporting Put It Up because they're the champions, they're at the top. Well, they're actually not the champions at the moment. That's the first thing. Number 2, Felix, I actually do agree with you. I mean, we shouldn't be just on Put It Up's side. Yeah, we definitely do have to admire them in terms of what they have achieved, how far they have come, how much they have inspired a whole class of Free Fire, you know, players and teams behind them. But of course, we got to take a quick short break to continue the conversation in a little bit. We'll be back.
Alright, as we all know, Survivors, other than usual 6 matches, we also have daily challenges every day. And today's challenge was won by RRQ Kazoo! Yay! We managed to succeed 30 elimination points in 4 games only. And I'm here with Abay from RRQ. Hello Abay! Seru banget nih ya, akhirnya totalnya berarti Indonesia sudah dapetin 2 challenge dari 4 matchday yang berlangsung, ya kan? Waktu itu memang RRQ sempat kalah, harus makan pedas, tapi sekarang bisa balas dendam. If I'm not mistaken, Indonesia has won 2 challenges so far from 4 matches, 4 days of matches. So this is quite an achievement. I'm here with Abay and of course, you know what the consequences are for the losing team. Kamu pasti udah tahu kan konsekuensinya. Losing team harus pakai stiker logo RRQ di muka mereka. Di jidat tepatnya. So the losing team has to wear the winning team's stickers on their faces specifically on their foreheads for the rest of the game tonight. Untuk sepanjang hari ini sampai dengan pertandingan terakhir selesai. Makanya tepuk tangan dulu dong buat RRQ. Boleh ngobrol-ngobrol sebentar ya tentang kemenangan ini. Was it hard for you to win today's challenge? 30 elimination points. Was it a difficult task for RRQ or is it just another day, something that's not really special and manageable? Kalau menurut kamu gampang nggak sih atau susah nggak sih justru challenge hari ini 30 poin eliminasi? Apakah justru ini adalah hal yang sangat biasa buat kamu dan bisa lebih justru achievementnya?
Mungkin dari segi pot sih. Terlalu apa ya, nggak keras-keras banget lah.
Oh, so it wasn't that hard for you. Okay, so he thinks that it wasn't really that hard. It's not much of a challenge. Terus kalau kita ngebahas tentang tim-tim yang hari ini tanding, kan kita sama-sama tahu Buduram gak main gitu kan. Biasanya kan ini jadi salah satu momok yang paling menakutkan. Tim mana sih menurut kamu yang paling sulit untuk dikalahkan? Dan yang tadinya nih kamu anggap salah satu pesaing terbesar di challenge hari ini untuk perolehan elimination points. Which team do you think was the hardest to beat during the game and during the everyday challenge, especially today when it comes to elimination points, since we all know that Buduram United isn't playing today?
Kalau dilihat dari apa minggu kemarin, WAG sih.
Oh, WAG. Jadi ternyata yang sulit adalah WAG. So he thinks that WAG is actually one of the hardest team to beat today. But I think that's it from us. I really want to see what the Vietnam team is doing right now. Have they put on the stickers or not? Kita lihat dulu yuk Abai, kira-kira seperti apa saat ini situasi dan kondisi di Vietnam. Karena seperti yang kita ketahui sama-sama, tim yang kalah itu harus pasang stiker di muka mereka, di wajah mereka. So without further delay, let's go to Vietnam and see what's going on.
Việc AQ đã vượt qua thử thách thì chúng tôi đã có chuẩn bị 2 cái sticker. Đây, và hai anh em tôi sẽ dán cho nhau cho tình cảm nào. Anh muốn dán vào đâu? Tôi dán vào giữa mặt đi. Đấy. Đấy. Đây, chúng tôi xin để hình AQ ở đây. Đấy, và vừa rồi thì AQ cũng đã chia sẻ là WAG là một team mà họ đang rất là đề phòng, đúng không nào? Và ngay bây giờ chúng ta hãy cùng đến với đầu cầu của Malaysia.
Caroline, your wish is my command. Saya akan letak di dahi sampai habis. Caroline, here we go. RRQ, RRQ.
Oh, congratulations untuk RRQ. Tanya untuk Anda. Keren, keren banget
Ya, sebab Caroline kata kena letak dahi, akan dengar cakap dia.
Tak apa, kita tutup.
Kita kena judgeman. Caroline.
Alright,
Congrats,
let's go.
Congrats.
Time.
ทีนี้แต่เราฝากไว้ก่อนเดี๋ยวเราจะกลับมาเอาคืนอย่างแน่นอน
แน่นอน
นะครับ
โอ้โหแล้วเทปดึงผมมากเลยเจ็บมากๆตรงนี้
Next time Next Logo Eat Thailand
ใช่
โอเคขอบคุณครับ สุดยอดมากๆนี่แปะให้แล้วแต่ว่ารอบหน้าเอาคืนแน่นอนนะฮะคุณต้า
ใช่ครับ
ครับ
I don't have RRQ here because they ostracized the English casting desk, man. Come on, we're not even a part of this. What the hell?
I had no clue, man. Did you see the real estate that I got? You know how many RRQ stickers I can fit?
The casters are part of this. We are getting punished and we did not know about it. Thank God we were not a part of it.
Honestly, I'm pretty happy because again, if they were saying like you have to put all the other team stickers, I mean I could probably fit like Group C right here, Group B here as well. I've got way too much real estate up here, so I'm pretty glad overall to not be part of that at least.
You can be called Gideon Q Purgatory moving forward.
Purgatory 2.0 right here. Look at this landing strip. All right, it's got everything you need. Oh my goodness.
Highlights. Let's take a look. Let's see what happens.
Look, this game was already pretty interesting with the way that it was played. A lot of teams who got punished really just boiled down to, do you get punished in the earlier stages? If not, it's a forever just recovering time after time after time, but a little quicker on the executions though. I think that a lot of teams where they dropped were within one of the 4 quadrants of the map, and teams generally just hunkered down and, more importantly, found these very big picks, utilizing like any little tactic that they can to find at least one elimination before they bow out.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this was the chaos between Vietnam, watched from afar through the crosshairs of Team Falcons, who went on to pick up that booyah for Thailand as well. But you know, it was almost a solid one coming through for, sorry, it was RRQ, right? No, RRQ didn't get the booyah. Yeah, sorry. Confusion after seeing the RRQ stickers on everybody's head because they won the race to 30 eliminations, but the booyah was still grabbed by Team Falcons. Peter, 6 eliminations strong, 2,931 on the damage, 5 knockdowns. Oh my lord, this was a solid game for this guy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like they had the best equipment in the world at the same time, right? They just really took their time. They understood their current scenario. If they did have to face off against some peoples with some proper M5s, oh man, it would not have been a good time. The overall loadout seems very designed, especially with the pickup of the A124. Just take your time, look for the pickoffs, and play around the call of of Limit, right? Because he's on that Skylar. As soon as that Riptide Rhythm comes out, you know that they want to get involved, but it also means that they're losing out on having that support to run alongside with their rusher, right? Usually it's a Cassie, which we've seen many times before.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, look at Limit this time around. 7 headshots. How is he even doing this? But 3,468 on the damage, 4 eliminations, 2 assists. Limit had a damn good game as the sniper of the squad. Obviously, when the rest of your players are rushing on forward, Peter Kororo on fire, putting the pressure on the players on fire with that backup. You know, Kororo and Peter claiming the lives of those players out there. Look at the massive run they had in here. 16 eliminations plus the 12 from the booyah should push Falcons up the leaderboard by quite a lot after struggling in the first 3 games.
I mean, let's look at our key players here. It's going to be Abe for the Ilims, Ma'al with the overall damage. I wish they also showed how many headshots he actually landed alongside it, but the sniper coming in from Eggsborg being that true support, because again, his team getting caught out in a pretty awkward spot, right? They were trying to contest one big house, and unfortunately going to the second floor and swapping sides with their opponents put them in the line of sight.
Yeah, Abe, 7 eliminations, Ma'al 4,004 on the damage, making RRQ proud. But this time, the spotlight does not get stolen away from the Booyah squad. Falcons maintains that #1 spot for this game, 28 points overall. But RRQ should be able to maintain that #1 spot on the overall leaderboard for today. This is just the game standings. Towards the bottom, Expand clanking out, but Vamos making sure that Malaysian flag is still brought into the top 3 for this matchup, which I guess is good enough if you're a Malaysian fan.
I mean, Vamos had to make a difficult decision there. It's either they were going to eventually get pinched or they had to initiate a fight, and they decided, you know what, if we're going to go out, we go out on our own terms. So RRQ now sitting comfortably on top, 67 points. Falcons just below them at 57. EVOS, however, despite not having the greatest game of all time, still is up there in that top 3 with 52.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with Falcons being able to jump up the leaderboard by quite a lot, they disrupt the potential all-out Indonesian dominance here. So RRQ and EVOS need to be really careful. Speaking of EVOS, their recovery of climbing the overall leaderboard here has been phenomenal with that 1 booyah secured. 187 points right now in the 5th spot. So they have been having a really good day today.
Oh yeah, plenty of buffer points to keep them away from WAG, to keep them away of BRU. And EVOS, every game that passes that isn't a banger is going to keep them just a little behind BRU, which is fortunate because again, the next couple of days, BRU is going to start building that buffer once more.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I mean, BRU may try to build a buffer, but we saw what happened to BRU in day 2 of their play within week 1. It was not phenomenal, and that's what I'm looking for the other teams to continuously force BRU to do out there. Mistakes after mistakes, push them into a corner, and make sure they don't get to rip away the points from these lobbies, just so that we can have a little bit more fun. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the final 2 games of the day.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Grieza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features 2 competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams at...
Welcome back, everybody, to the Free Fire World Series 2024 Spring Edition of Southeast Asia. My name is Giving Q and AJ. Again, 2 more maps before we're done with today. 2 more maps for these teams to try and catch up, because right now, looking at the overall standings, 1 good game could put them into the next bracket to be refreshed, to be energized, and also to welcome the Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both spring and as well as the fall season of FFWS Southeast Asia 2025.
Just like a good can of Red Bull gets you through not 1 but multiple gigs, right? They are sponsoring 2 seasons back to back. That's pretty fancy. I'm looking forward to seeing many more competitions with them. But as far as many more competitions go, will it be continuously dominated by Thailand, because that has always been how history has been painted, right? Thailand, the most dominant region here in Southeast Asia. They've been able to bag it time and time again. Group stage, it's always belonged to Buriram. Grand finals, of course, it's anybody's game out there. But I wonder if or not it's going to be the similar situation this time around as well, because we've got teams like RRQ, we've got teams like GOW that just comes out of nowhere and just puts on this explosive performance sometimes. It's really put a finger on exactly who's going to explode on that day.
3 years of development. 3 years to get to this point where every region looks like they've got a pretty good chance of taking this away altogether. Obviously, there are more favorites than others, and that is why with the new format changes, and especially with phase number 2, it'd be really interesting to see how high or where exactly the ceiling is going to look at. Now, we're going to be making our way over to Alpine. So far, BRU, the WAG, and as well as RRQ are the top scorers on this map, having extremely, I'm talking about really hot games.
Yeah, it's anyone's game here, because if we remove BRU, who's not playing today, the top 3 on this map will be WAG, RRQ, and Team Falcons. All 3 in play. All 3 teams want it, but only 2 out of 3 are performing well here. RRQ as well as Team Falcons. WAG, on the other hand, has had many opportunities and they've thrown away those opportunities. Sometimes they didn't throw it away, it was ripped away from them. It has been an unfortunate day for WAG. So there's one of 2 things that can happen here. Falcons, RRQ, they get to the final circle and they rip this away, no questions asked. Or WAG makes this phenomenal comeback on this Alpine map, just like you predicted earlier, Gideon. And they show us exactly what they're made of.
Exactly. I think this is the perfect map to do so, right? They like small engagements. They don't want to have to, struggle their way in, because they have really good reads on where that final ring is going to eventually end up. And playing into the end zone is part of their comfort zone. Getting into those rings usually is not within their control. So now that BRU is kind of out of the picture, at least when we're talking about one particular spot on the map, it's kind of anybody's game. I want to see who is going to be eventually taking that over.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a little bit of a dispute in the YouTube chat. They think the Team Elite from India needs to be a part of FFWS Global, where they think that this Indian team can dominate. Now, I'm not too sure, because I know they are really, really good. I mean, when you come across any elite players in any ranked matches, you run. That's the very, very simple rule, right? Because they do dominate. But out here, pro plays up against teams like Buriram, Fluxo, even the Vietnamese squads, they can cap anyone these days. I don't know. I think Elite will put up a good fight, but whether it is their first showdown and they rip away the world trophy, I don't know, Gideon. What do you think?
I think we need to see scrim results. We need to see those big screenshots. I don't know how many teams are going to be cool with that, but if they all agree, I would like to see what that looks like, right? Especially if there are recognizable squads in that list. Because again, these teams, when they are scrimming, it is no funny business. It is try, experiment, but most importantly, get into the right headspace. You can see even the members of Heavy are getting into their meditation positions. They know that sometimes it might not be their day, but it can't let you be put in a position where you can't challenge your limits, which is the whole theme of FFWS.
I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, everybody wants a piece of this pie. They want the biggest slice. They want the $100,000 US. But only determination and consistent performance can get you there. Once in a while, you show up in an explosive form. It's going to be a little bit tough for you to dominate. But at the end of the day, if you can continuously chug this out week after week, then maybe we can expect something out of the squad, right? Teams like Falcon, Buriram, EVOS, there's a good reason why they have such a huge fan base in this world of Free Fire.
Well, I mean, I'm actually on the opposite opinion. I think because of what we saw last year, I feel like if they just have a hot game, anything is possible, right? And I think that Free Fire is the one esport which actually enables teams to be like that, right? You could be nobody, come into a tournament, have a really, really hot game to put yourself on the map, even if you aren't winning the biggest chunk of the pie. Putting your name out there, especially in such a tight community like this, already goes for quite a lot, even if it doesn't have the dollar signs behind it.
Now we're talking about some good stats, highlight production. We are not grilling people anymore. We are praising them. Second on in fact, across the board for eliminations, average, and assists. So who is first? I wonder. RRQ might not like this highlight. I think they'll try to make number 2 into number 1 through each and every single one of those stats soon enough.
They're on the grind set right now. Even with no booyahs for today, it doesn't mean that they can't change things. And ideally, they try, especially since, I mean, there's a good opportunity that they get the map that they've scored the most points on before in the RNG at the very end, the random map. So even though they need to maintain their heat, I think, just coming in, being consistent is more than enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there is a opportunity here for WAG to make that comeback on an Alpine that we talked about, but there is also an opportunity for the other Vietnamese teams to make the recovery, because we saw an explosive start. We saw GOW get the booyah. We saw PE Esports end game 1 with a number 1 spot. I think it was 23 points, and then 3 games have elapsed where PE Sports barely pulled points away, just single digit, and now after 4 games they have 30 points. That's ridiculous. PE, they kind of ramped up and then got snuffed out instantly.
Yep, let's look at the player head-to-head, because if we're talking about one of the stronger regions here in Southeast Asia, Indonesia has been really stepping it up. And I mean, this is a pretty tough comparison here. Abe as well as Rasha, again, both playing similar roles, but unfortunately Rasha hasn't been able to get his numbers down in comparison to someone like Ray, who has been so active throughout today in all our maps.
And of course, when we look at the prediction of the day, Hayes earlier said Falcon, Reverse Red, PE Sports. So I don't know how you're feeling, Hayes, because the last time we checked, Reverse Red kind of was going back on their performance a little bit. They did get that booyah phenomenally done, but just like PE Sports, not as bad as PE Sports, but just similar to that, they have not been showing up in that final circle as consistently as we want. What do you think, Gideon? Do you think Reverse Red can jump back in? Because this team is actually on your top 3 prediction.
They are on my top 3 prediction. This was one of my more hot takes. I would have imagined that this team would need a little bit more time to get back in form, because right now, with so many things that have changed in the meta, their 2-and-2 style, unfortunately, isn't as effective as it used to be. We're seeing that the backline supports get gunned down. Sorry, backline supports as well as snipers get gunned down before we see the initial rusher and support actually take the space. Again, a lot of these teams are more than happy to trade spots with you, assuming that you're not tethered to Cassie, that you don't have that electrotherapy. It just makes such a big difference.
Hindi se bolta nahi janta hu. I hope I got that one right, guys. I mean, all of the Hindi that comes out of my mouth is all from Hindi movies, all right? Just like how all of whatever that is spilled out there is from the creativity that I've picked up along the way. And speaking of picking things up along the way, right, these passive skills that we have seen dominate these battlefields for a long time now. We have not seen Nairi taking that spotlight ever since he got nerfed. I wasn't happy with the nerf. I was very happy with the extra healing that those glue walls were giving me, but he's still very viable in these fights.
Yeah, and considering how the lobbies are, they're not as aggressive as we usually see them. We know that, again, blue wall is such a valuable resource in this game, is now a little less accessible. You can't just stack a whole bunch of them and have like an infinite amount, or somebody who's just hogging a majority of the amount anymore. So I think that's why they want to get as much value out of each of their glue walls, rather than just, hey, we can just stack it so it doesn't really matter, we can heal up anyways.
Yeah, and of course, looking at the pets here, no-brainer that the R1 is the most used. I wonder if Garena's going to make this tweak where you're going to have unique pet abilities brought into each and every single match. I think that's going to be next level game changer stuff.
Ooh, that'd be interesting, because would that mean the entire lobby will become more aggressive or more passive because of the lack of information? It might just force back, having a rusher act as the initial scout to gain that information and have the mobility to get in and out of these fights. But I think that would be an interesting change. That way, not everybody goes into an engagement knowing every third party surrounding them.
Well, we unfortunately have to take a 10-minute here. We're not taking a break. We'll still be with you. We'll be yapping away. So please do join us in the YouTube chat to kind of share your opinions with us so that we can interact with you for a little bit, because one of the players' device has got an issue. They are not able to access the lobby just yet. And obviously, we do not want to start any of the teams off with one player less. So we're going to give him some time to recover whatever situation that he needs to sort out there, and then hop into the lobby. In the meantime, who do you guys think, based on right now, is going to score that number 1 spot? We've got RRQ, Falcon, and EVOS dominating today's leaderboard. I'm not talking about the overall leaderboard. I'm just talking about today in terms of dominance. Who do you guys think is going to come up on top? Who do you think is going to come up on top, Gideon, after you've seen these 4 games?
Man, it's really tough to say. I think that, you know, Alpine, there's still part of me that still remembers how hot WAG was last Sunday, but I think that was up against, you know, Group A. So now making sure that all of Group B is going to get involved, we might just see a different pace, or whether or not teams are going to adapt after seeing how much was played during week number 1 itself. And honestly, I'm more curious about whether or not Latam thinks of the same way about these teams. Who do they think is going to come up on top based off of the teams in the groups?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is a big question mark at this point of time. DL Complexity in the YouTube chat says, "Hello casters, I think it's dinner time. Fun fact, I have not had my breakfast, lunch, or dinner just yet, so I have once again been fasting the whole day. Not by choice, I've just been very, very busy. But now that you have asked me, I'm actually getting a little hungry again."
Brother, man, this can't be happening consistently. Last time we casted together, same problem happened. You got a meal I know that you meal prep so much for your pets. You gotta just put a little on the side for yourself, man.
I don't know, maybe I might do that. But of course, we are hopping on into game number 5. Finally, it's Alpine time, baby. Let's see if or not WAG can wake up in the matchup. Or they're getting clunked out. Finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances. Only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective, reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
Welcome back, survivors. I'm sorry we pranked you. I swear I thought we were about to start the match and then we went on a 10-minute break. My bad. Right, but it's okay. We are back. I did not manage to eat just yet, Gideon. You know, food deliveries take a little bit longer than 10 minutes. So it's okay. It's all right. I had a good drink of water. We are back with Mustachio as well as Gideon on the desk and 2 more matches for us to know if or not Indonesia is going to solidify their run, because 2 challenges back to back. They have not lost, but they have won.
And they're continuing to climb up pretty fast up the overall standings. And I think that at this point, it's pretty clear that they are looking to finish off the day strong. For those teams who haven't gotten, you know, the training wheels are still on. They need to kick them off, all right? They've already greased the wheels, greased the gears. We need that motor. We need that gas from them.
Absolutely. Without further ado, it's Alpine time, baby! Sorry for keeping you waiting, but we hope you are buckled in as we swoop on over to the map that everybody has fallen in love with recently. It's gonna be all out stress from the very get-go, as multiple teams still can make a fight for that #1 spot in terms of overall day's performance.
It's a clean path here so far. It's a little lopsided towards the southeastern side, but people can still reach Snowfall just by the outer skirts of it. They just can't get to the very north side. Overall, we're still waiting on the teams who, again, are looking to battle it out early on. However, Falcons have a really good spot because, again, they've got plenty of areas to loot, and Forest Red is going to be the only point of contention, assuming that EVOS Divine doesn't make their way east.
Let's see if I will stay awake throughout this whole matchup. The previous one was just way too slow, Gideon. I was just like,
Hey, I mean, these teams
for reals, bro.
I mean, last game, the first couple of circles was a bit of a snooze fest, but we already have teams who are looking to engage pretty heavily, inclusive of Vamos, actually, from Heavy side, who, again, once they start the shots, I'm pretty sure that CRM is going to capitalize on the position. Even scouts from P Esports get involved.
Absolutely. A good blue wall by Hans here. Has to back up, and what a 180. Oh, thanks to the Max 7. You gotta love that shotgun CQC, especially when your opponents don't have that level 3 armor on them just yet. And Heavy pulling away the first one. Core Memory, Vamos, Esports, they all have their representatives here near Malaysia. So Heavy should be looking to put themselves in the thick of the action now, once again with Vamos. But we have to remember there's one more player from Vamos on the right-hand side that can come flanking on in Heavy Capo.
Yep, I mean, Lozzy is trying to get back to it with the rest of his team, and Jun realizes that now Heavy is taking the aggression to them, completely giving up the spot over to CRM previously. But if they can get a lot of eliminations here by Garrison, it's going to be well worth their time, assuming they can make it happen quick.
Yeah, in a good game of Free Fire, if you're new to this first-person shooter, you might just kind of get caught off guard with the mechanics and the maneuvering and the movements out there. You know, it's not buttery smooth, but it is fantastic when it comes for accuracy, right? But you see these players kind of like ducking and dodging and using all of the covers possible just to keep themselves alive a few seconds longer. That's exactly what you need to do. And Heavy played that maneuver so well up against Vamos. They could have been sprayed down the moment they got spotted out, but they used the terrain to their advantage.
While all of this was happening, while Heavy was getting their own picks against Vamos, who are trying to escape, Esports has dropped the UAV and now know all the positions of what's going on with Garrison. PLS1 already getting knocked down as Esports getting active on the map.
Yeah, Garcia. Yeah, 46, the double vectors. Business get nice with M5, 90! And the timing was perfect as he loaded in another bullet, but get nice, the final survivor! And will no longer be the final as the full squad gets wiped. Heavy, great start. Unfortunate end.
Esports, a perfect third party, taking out Heavy and putting a lot of casualties into Vamos at the same time. Garrison is theirs, all the loot is theirs. As we cut on over to Forest Red, as WAG, it looks like Falcons went into their territory. It looks like Limit, is he bailing out of this? Oh, he does spot out one member from EVOS Divine side, but the two remaining members here by Falcons will have to deal with the full force of WAG with no real support.
This is bad for Falcons for sure. They've been struggling the whole day. WAG have got the numbers. Even in a 2v2, I think they can take a decent fight up against each other. Solid blue Walker has got M590 A124 in hand as well. But X-Bomb from afar, that flank was phenomenal. And Krillin finds Peter, puts him on the ground instantly. EVOS Divine looking to finish off the other two players from the side of Falcons. The engagement is there. Cold Shield does not want his back on fire with the Bison. Almost gets the boy down on the ground, but the AC-80 wins the fight. And one final survivor, 700 coins rich. He can buy his squad back.
Oh no, Limit. He's got to make it to the tree line. He's got to make it to the next compound as well. He's even going to drop the healing UAV to keep himself alive, to tank the damage, to pick up as many coins as possible. Does he have the pocket mark? Yes, he does have the pocket mark, but he needs to get out of there. He sees the vehicle. Is there an opportunity? He looks back. Is he going to get found just yet? I think he will be able to get out of there. I don't think the weaponry coming in from EVOS is strong enough unless the headshot comes through and Ray is able to make it connect.
Subgatam Puri Team Gai. It was all over for Falcons before it even started here at Alpine. Insane stuff. But that's exactly how we love things here, man. I asked for a good game where I don't fall asleep early, and we get exactly that. Gotta thank Team Falcons for that one. They took one for the squad.
They did. But now it's WAG against CRM. And we know that CRM doesn't like taking early engagements, but Alan has figured out where exactly the sniper is. Quickly dropping down some fast nades as well. That ice nade is really going to slow down the initial push, allowing Expert to try for angles, but now he quickly gets one out of there just in time, perfectly before he loses position. They've already found Cougar as well as smoking with a landmine. So that's 2 picks. This fight should be done for as Cyrus gets knocked. It really doesn't matter at this point. As CRM just trying to survive, doesn't get shot out of the air, but the chase continues.
Oh, the chase continues. M590 in hand. Krillin can do big damage here. Spots out the player. And it will be the M590 RGS50 combo that puts them out of the equation, taking the squad out in 10. Still still the explosive action continues here at Alpine.
That's what we wanted. We wanted to see gas. We got jet fuel instead. This is so much more horsepower than I was expecting from a lot of these teams, but I'm surprised. They're making sure that these teams aren't continuously staggered to keep farming them for eliminations. They're looking to finish them off as soon as possible, knowing how Alpine continues to play. Regardless, we do see that Expand took a little bit of damage initially from RRQ, but now Vamos looks to take the space on the north side of Sunside.
Expand still clocking in no eliminations here. Early game. Not gonna complain just yet, but we have to take note that 4 games have elapsed and they have a total of 10 elimination points in total from those 4 games. So 2.5 average per match is not really where you want to be standing on the Southeast Asian level if you want to make top 12, Gideon.
Yeah, no, it's not looking good for them. However, they haven't been winning enough gunfights to really solidify themselves, and Vamos has been taking full advantage of that fact, right? If we look at the overall, the next circle location is going to be towards the northeastern side as Vamos now taking pot shots at RRQ, realizing what they have just walked into. A bit of a pinch, but they've got compounds to play around. The natural defense is much needed, as we did see reverse red coming in from the northern side.
Like Karo, guys. Don't forget, hit that like. Make sure you get us to 1,500 likes before this match ends. That would be a nice place to be in. And of course, RRQ is thinking the same thing. The nice place to be in would be on the other side of this circle, where the zone is not trying to rip away my life. Ma'al needs to be picked up though. RRQ, 5 eliminations strong. They have gotten out of multiple skirmishes, and they have to reloot in order to prepare for those next battles.
Yeah, at least there are some teams who managed to actually survive the initial calamity of that first drop. Now, towards the northern side, as expected, it's going to be reverse red. Again, they're just hovering at the edge of the circle, making sure that they have the highest point within the area, just to make sure that they can scout out the areas before having this rotation. Because again, we've seen teams get punished because of that, without having that initial scout, without utilizing the binoculars and making assumptions about the space.
And Aimless kind of pulling in very few numbers earlier on today. We got to see his highlight card, and the performance really not encouraging at this point of time. And it's not just him, right? It's the Thai region as a whole, even due. So, but there is a possibility that the Thais are taking this one very easy. They are not too sure how this format is going to pan out. And they want to make a big name for themselves, just like how Allen is trying to shut down the players of AG Global, chasing them with the M590, missing a majority of those shots, all thanks to the good defensive glue walls laid out by Cypher as well. The connections from afar, but Allen still not finding anybody just yet as he circles around, spots one, and the head pop instantly. Barros gets away. Ice grenade to take down the player. Cypher gets away from the window, but the chaos has started as X4 now gets sprayed down by GOW.
Oh, GOW has been looking at them, and I think this is a bit of an awkward spot now. Without their sniper, it's going to be a little bit weird, but for now, WAG just need to hold out, figure out the reposition, and figure out what's going on. Because AG now trying to re-aggress into the same exact houses, trying to bunker on through. Allen, within his time, looking, trying to get another hot shot in. Dylan takes a bunch of damage. Does he make it out in time? Unfortunately, he gets a little locked in here. And now Simon's going for the big flank as the main entrance has been blocked off. Export is able to find one, finds a second one as well. Allen follows it up straight away. And WAG Export gets a third, triple headshots against AG Global.
Ball with the AWM and the M82B combo, switching between the two snipers, penetrating those glue walls, getting those knocks, hitting the triple in that battle. 5 eliminations in total. Holy mama! WAG, what the hell was that?
Yeah, my goodness. Again, I'm not even 100% sure how he made that possible. I mean, he did use the active from Santino. He sends a mannequin forward and he can actually trade places with it. It might have juked out his opponents on the initial flank, and that's probably why we saw that AG was a little flustered, thinking that there were more members on the flank than there actually was.
And the M590 on the chase and the flick just beyond the house as those players were trying to move from compound to compound through those windows. That was thing of perfection. Barros could not go in there for the save in time, but they still did manage to pick him up before he expired. But obviously that kind of like pulled in the chaos, and I think you brought out a fantastic assessment with the Centino. It could have made a world of difference, right? It is in situations like that, a single fraction of a moment, your opponent looks away, M590 to the back of his head, and down he goes. Crazy stuff, Gideon.
Hey man, I mean, it's just attention is a resource, right? Oh, hold on. Yeah. Speaking of attention, RQ Abe now taking a lot of shots towards WAG, coming in from the blue. They're not taking too much damage here. However, it is a very open area, and now they are just strip bombing everything with glue wall melters as well as the Riptide Rhythms. And now Abe gets into the mix as soon as possible, quickly drops down the corner to buy a little bit more time and hold that front, quickly gets back in to try and protect his team, but 18 Deer unfortunately is going to be the first to go down in the engagement. It's not looking great because even GOW is getting into the mix, and they farmed a whole bunch of knocks from WAG, and RRQ looking to recover, knowing that their position is compromised.
This is insane, right? WAG getting hit down by both RRQ and GOW at the same time, but there was enough chaos being sent the way of RRQ by GOW to force RRQ to back away. WAG gets a little bit of a breather, but Expand is rotating into WAG. So much of chaos, and I'm loving it, right? 8 more teams left on in here. Lao Ho shutting down Jun from afar, and RRQ still cannot catch a breather as they rotate on in deeper to the circle. Esports Divine now wants a piece of them, and WAG does not get far in Alpine.
They don't. They couldn't. Too much gas, I guess. Unfortunate, unlucky with this next ring closure here. It's forced a lot of teams to move towards the western side, and right now EVOS are trying to catch as many fish as possible, even lobbing the frag grenades to try and chunk them out as much as they can. However, noticing that Laoho has already taken the height, they're going to quickly try and use that launcher to flush him out as soon as possible, because PE Esports continue to gain ground. And Laoho finds the headshot, raised down, and with a top fragger already gone and dusted, EVOS has to pull back. They give away the elimination. They've got the monster to play, but I don't think they want to cut through just yet. They quickly dash on in to try and support their Cassie, and now Aim God finds one. Siming is able to take out another member of PE Esports as EVOS is actually winning out on this fight and taking the elimination straight to the faces of PE as they get eliminated on the turnaround.
This is comeback, baby! And Esports Divine getting the sweetest of revenge in the 4v4. It did not happen back at Kalahari. It sure as hell waited a long time before they could pay it back in full with a little bit of interest as well. That was personal between EVOS and PE. But now we head on in to yet another battle. Riptide Rhythm to the back lines of Reverse Red, dropping their defenses. Isolate gonna torture them behind all of those two walls as GOW sets this up. Nameless steps in front of Yanbin, and he misses that opportunity. Chased away. Yanbin drops the ball, and Nameless takes advantage.
I mean, right now, Reverse Red, they're not playing their 2-2 anymore. They've got all their members looking at the same targets, and they're gunning them down real fast. That's how Tan and Yanbin could not capitalize on the first shot. And now Xboxy, with the frag, is able to blow him up. Demon, he wants something back. He'll try for anything, but it's a little too late. GOW have taken too much damage to recover.
This is a tough one for GOW. 4 more teams left on in here. And Reverse Red look like they are capable of pulling away the second booyah of the day. And this may just be their recovery play. 42% potential win rate here. EVOS Divine, EVOS Esports with a 48%. 3 players alive. In order to get this done, they need to shut down one. Wow, it's a Riptide Rhythm to the boulder. What is it going to do, my friend?
It means that the glue walls that are making contact with the boulder itself disappear straight away. It doesn't mean that they can wide swing as comfortably, because right now, Reverse Red, they've got a man advantage, and the best part about it is that they're taking the middle ground space. Anything that they do, they can cut them in half, but they're trying to keep them in spaces. Saming is making sure that left side is going to get covered as the right collapses through the glue wall melters. As Nameless and Xboxy getting pretty deep in that fight. Diamond taking the pot shots once in a while, but now going for the full flag, forcing EVOS to corral together, but it's too late, just like cattle to the slaughter. It's going to be Reverse Red taking the booyah.
My God, X-Posse running straight behind enemy lines. No Oscar, no problem. I am X-Posse, baby. He says 180 back to back for a 360. And in that 360, he hits a double knock. I mean, that's exactly what the M590 can bring you. The Trogon had back-to-back 3 consecutive shots. You can kind of adjust the aim. The M590 gives you 1 pop. You got to be accurate. And that's exactly what X-Posse was in that final sequence of battle. What a beauty to watch.
This was a great map to watch. Action all around, and every mistake was punished. I think these teams were really capitalizing on everything that they had here. And I think for Reverse Red, it's good to see them back in this shape because they know how to play these squad v squads. They're very good at it, and the fact that they had monster trucks that they were able to reposition closer to control the center point of that final ring really put so much pressure on EVOS. I mean, to be fair, EVOS Divine were down a man anyways. The likelihood of them clutching up was pretty tough, but they made sure that if they are going to group up together, they are going to cut them down just as quick.
I also think that was great decision making from the side of Reverse Red, and EVOS Divine made an unfortunate mistake of reacting to the scenario a little bit slow. Reverse Red did not give EVOS Divine any room to think. They laid out those glue wall melters, not 1, not 2, but 4 glue wall melters right around that boulder. No glue walls were going to help them. In good measure, they also threw out that Riptide Rhythm because they knew they were going to rush on in. And when all of this was happening, EVOS Divine, they just stayed behind that open boulder. Obviously, they couldn't use their glue walls. They needed to retreat. They did have enough glue walls on them, but obviously second-guessing that move, and they had to pay a high price. Like you said, also, they were outnumbered. So when that rush came on in from Reverse Red, and when you've got X-Posse pulling off sick back-to-back 180s, full 362 knockdown. Beautiful. What a view. What a view, yeah. Too good, get here.
It was.
It's a beautiful booyah.
It really was. It really was.
Yeah.
The points of contact in that last fight is something that a lot of teams can just look at it and be like, this is how we want to kind of afflict and play these, again, these 4v3 scenarios to make sure that most of the time, if you're in a 4v4, you need to move as a full squad to kind of out-rotate your opponent and slowly encapsulate them. But with that man advantage, you can actually hold maybe 1 or even 2 guys ever so slightly backwards just to make sure that if you're both rotating to the right side, opposite each other, one side will eventually have to collapse.
Yeah, but I think EVOS Divine, they just dropped the ball on this one, bro. You know, Reverse Red, EVOS Divine can squish them because Reverse Red is not ultimate mode right now just yet. EVOS Divine, they are warmed up, they're good to go. It was just decision making here. I think they kind of waited a little bit too long. I don't know what they expected the call to be from Reverse Red. I mean, they were throwing all the glue wall melters. They were throwing the Riptide Rhythm. They are coming for you because the circle is going to torture you guys shortly. So, you know, the decision making should have been to back away, lay out the maze of glue walls, which they did shortly after, but it was too late already because Reverse Red was too close and they were turning their backs on Reverse Red to run behind those glue walls. Obviously, you're going to get knocked around. You know, the battlefield instantly in that case. And once again, X-Posse getting into the thick of the action to get the job done. I think if it wasn't for those phenomenal plays, EVOS Divine could have pulled off a counter-attack, right? If EVOS Divine had been a little proactive in terms of responding to that rush and all of those glue wall melters, maybe, you know, they could have gotten one knock. One knock! We're not looking for elimination. One knock could have it's Reverse Red. One knock could have stopped them instantly.
Yeah, I think they were waiting for their active skill cards to get into place. It's really tough to say in those types of like small situations. But with that being said, let's go over to Reverse Red for the interview.
Welcome back to the interview session, guys. And here we are with...
FFWS จาก Reverse Red ครับ
Okay, so first of all, let me congratulate him. Congratulations on the second booyah of today. How do you feel after getting this booyah? รู้สึกไงบ้างคะบูย่าที่2แล้ววันนี้
รู้สึกดีใจมากครับโคตรดีใจเลยครับเพราะว่าอาทิตย์แรกไม่ได้อะไรเลยครับ
He feels so happy because he didn't get any booyah last week. So, any strategies or plans changed after this มีแบบแพลนที่เปลี่ยนไปไหมคะจากปีที่แล้ว
ไม่มีครับ มีแต่แย่กว่าเดิมครับ โค้ดกระดาษไดมอนด์ก็ป่วยครับ
Okay, no plans change. It's even get worse because his coach is really mad at them, and also his friend is sick also. So next question: is there anything you'd like to say to your coach? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกโค้ชไหมคะ
ด่าเบาๆหน่อยครับ ทีมตั้งใจทุกคนครับ
Please don't get so mad at him. He's really onto it. Please. Okay, the last question. Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
เรดบูลโซดา อร่อยมากครับ
Okay, the sponsor is gonna love him so much. Only 20 bahts, guys, in 7-Eleven. Get it. Thank you so much for the interview session, and let's get back to Shoutcasters. Bye.
I mean, hey.
Now the chat's gonna be like, we want more from Thailand, right? We want more, and we want to see all those booyahs come back to back to back. Now this is gonna put Husky in a very big battle up against the chat, because you know he wants the camera to go to Yunsul, to Vietnam, and we know a bunch of the chat also wants the camera to go to Indonesia, bro. Now we've got a good fight here in Southeast Asia.
Oh yeah, if you're not looking for those booyahs, do it for your host, right? That's gonna be the famous line. It's never gonna die now.
And that is why, Gideon, Malaysia will not start winning the championship just yet. That is why Malaysia is going to find it damn difficult to find these booyahs. This is what Garena needs to do. Garena needs an upgrade in terms of the host on the Malaysian side. And then chat is going to go crazy. Chat is going to be throwing all their energy towards Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia, booyah, Malaysia.
That's what we can
I
hope.
think we're going to get it, bro.
Oh, we can hope. We can definitely hope. But this was an exciting game coming out from Alpine. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting as much action as we saw with how effective these teams were at completely wiping out squads rather than just letting them linger around and continuously farming them for points. And that's definitely a different mindset, knowing that they've seen teams recover from really difficult spots, knowing the size of the map isn't exactly the widest in the world, but enough to get you back on your feet, even if you don't have the best weaponry. Because we're looking at Exposy, he's coming in with the M, man. Like, it's having an AR in these times, it can get kind of rough, but at least what I can say for certain is that reverse red, we're playing in synchronization, and most importantly, they don't have a Tatsuya. They had nobody to dash around. They had to play a very honest game, and instead of going for that 2-2 like we were seeing previously, looking for those big dashes and big outflanks, it's keep a tight formation, we'll angle them out and take the space.
Yeah, but of course he runs the quota, able to spot out people that are rushing towards him. That's a speciality, right? Because information is key. He gets to pass on that information to the rest of them. But what's really commendable is, you know, look at the damage, 1,682. He gets 4 eliminations, 4 knockdowns, 3 assists, 2 headshots. And that is such a concise gameplay from him, which means every time he got into an engagement with someone, that person was not walking away and healing up all that too much. He was getting those knocks that were coming on through, as opposed to what Sabing was doing. He was getting a lot of damage in, and whoever he was going in there for the damage, they were able to recover, walk away from that. Diamond, on the other hand, 1,328 damage. He's getting those 6 assists. Something is happening there, right? So, and this is very important for Reverse Red to figure out, because Saming has not been on form, and if he doesn't get back on play, the team is going to struggle. But in the meantime, Exposy picking up the slack, gets the 1 grenade elimination as well, all thanks to the beast and with the extra rate.
I think, you know, this is just a different outlook on how they've been playing. Instead of their 2 for 2, they wanted to become tighter. They bring in an A124 to make it work, and people like Allen as well as Export, yes, high eliminations, high damage, but in those final rings, and especially when you want to keep it honest, Reverse Red knew how to keep this as honest as possible. 20 points!
I mean, it's so... I mean, 8 eliminations, man. WAG from Vietnam got 12, right? So, yeah, all right. And I don't know. This is Reverse Red. They've got superstars. They've got veterans on their squad. Something's wrong, and I think if they don't figure out exactly what, maybe Saming's tummy hurts. I don't know. Maybe Saming didn't have. I don't know. What's his favorite food? Maybe he didn't have pad thai today. I don't know. He needs to figure it out. He needs to increase the amount of chilies in his pad thai because we need the Saming that's on fire, that's hitting back-to-back long-range snipes, because 2 booyahs and they're still not a super huge threat just yet. But, you know, I want to see more out of Reverse Red because we are all waiting for them to wake up.
I totally get you, man. That's why I put them on my 3rd spot in my predictions overall. I was hoping to see a little more from Reverse Red, but again, it's still growing pains to the current new meta. They can't just double down like Falcons on their aggressive style, and even Falcons have to take a bit of a change themselves to what the new Free Fire is willing to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with whatever Free Fire is willing to offer, the players out there are able to be on top of their game because even they are playing on Samsung devices, right? Now, by the way, speaking of Samsung, we've got the Galaxy S25 Ultra that is equipped with the next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite. And obviously, the Vulcan engine, improved ray tracing technology sets this phone apart in the industry. If you want to go out, if you want the best hardware to dominate all of your games, to hit those booyahs, I don't think we need to look any further, Gideon.
No, you really don't need to look for any other phone. It is a flagship staple of the Samsung Galaxy series, and I think that even though you're going to be walking around, people are like, oh, we can tell you're good because of your skins. In real life, no way. You show that phone, they're like, you're a professional. I get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Delena wants us to cheer for Malaysia, so the magic will happen. Delena, until you get us a host. Tough luck with the chat cheering for Malaysia. But let's take a look and see exactly where the randomizer, the map selector, drags us into the day. Who gets that bonus? Who gets to walk away with Lady Luck on their side, cheering for them to hit the booyah.
Oh, just a little bit more to get another Alpine. But instead we're going to get Bermuda once more. Now, Bermuda was won by EVOS Divine, and they got so very close in Alpine that I think this time around they're going to be feeling real confident to start chasing down their opponents.
I mean, you know, we started off in Thailand, and then I was just getting so excited that we are seeing, you know, different country flags game after game. And then all of a sudden, we are seeing back-to-back Thailand here. Everybody's looking at Misa and going like, okay, you know what, Yunsul? We've seen you for a couple of seasons already. You take a chill pill first. We need to pay attention to Misa. She's new here. We need to make her feel welcome. We need to give her more screen time. Because, you know, it's very clear. Misa is very, very nervous on the mic right now, but you can see her hiding all of that energy behind that nervousness. The chat wants her to have more screen time so that we can have all 3 of our hosts full flowing. I kind of agree. I'm looking for another booyah from Thailand.
All right, let's see if they can do so, because unfortunately in Bermuda, it is going to be the Vietnamese as well as the Indonesians who have dominated as the top 3 of EVOS Divine, RRQ, and as well as Heavy. All 3 spots taken by a different region, and I think that at least for now, we'll see whether or not, because this is the most honest map upon honest maps, right? All the apparent problems that some of these teams have been facing is so clear in Bermuda.
I don't know if it's an honest map, you know. Because, you know, it's lied to me a few times. It told me that, you know, I hold the promise of a booyah. No, I've been lied to, Gideon.
Hey, this is professional play. It's a little different. It's a little different compared to ranked games. Although I do get excited when I see Bermuda. It's like, I can make callouts make sense now. I don't have to like double check the map every single time to tell you which building in a different area we're getting shot from.
And it's good as well. EVOS Divine kind of conquered this game the previous time we went on in here on this day, because they are now in the fight for that #1 spot. If EVOS Divine can pull a double here on Bermuda, maybe that is exactly where they will end up on by the time we end the day.
Well, let's find out here, because once again, we're going to the Triangle of Death. We're going where no Google map can find you. It's Bermuda one more time to finish off today, and a very generous flight path right down the center.
EVOS Divine currently sitting on that 2nd spot in terms of overall day summary. 68 points, and the team in front of them is RRQ with a total of 80. And if you're looking at the condition for our grand finals champion rush condition, RRQ has managed to attain that condition after 5 games. If they hit a booyah now, they are technically the champion of FFWS Sea, assuming this was the grand final, which would be quite crazy, as then Kang and Baros take each other out at the very same time.
I can't believe that actually happened. The electrotherapy was already connected, and unfortunately, that's going to be 3 already down for AG. Chinoy, he's got nothing left. He's got to clutch this out. He clips him just a little bit, but not enough. Goes for the height. Can he get the headshot? No, doesn't find it. Ducks in still. Chinoy takes out Don't Cry just in time to bring back his boy as he sees Lao Ho going in for a long flank up the left side, looks and sees LPT. The electrotherapy comes through, but he gets the trade regardless, and still Baros is alive, and he sees Lao Ho on the run, misses his opportunity to take advantage of him as they continue through, gets rid at least of the doppelganger. As Baros trying to corner Lao Ho back here with his Mach 10, and this might just be the end of AG. Oh wait, Chinoy! Oh my goodness. Clutches it out again.
Hits the triple and this time completes the 1v3. Had a little bit of backup for the final fight, but who cares? Who's counting, right? 3 players taken down by the one and only Chinoy on the side of AG Global. When all hope was lost, he has kept AG in the game, and on top of that, gotten them 3 solid points. Fantastic elimination coming on through, and PE Esports continues to struggle after starting off the day hot.
Well, speaking of starting off the day hot, both our teams, CRM as well as Falcons, haven't been doing too well in the earlier stages. I think Falcons a little more warmed up this time, but unfortunately for GOW, losing 3 of their members doesn't help their cause. At least DN was able to get out of there in the Jeep, but in the time being, now it's just left up to these 2 teams here in Bimasakti Strip as they slowly take the space. You can see instantly, once the shooting stops, everything goes quiet. Everybody just slowly creeps up to take space.
Bimasakti?
Bimasakti.
He's known as a warrior, Bima, one of the strongest warriors out there. Sakti is strength. Don't know if he's named after that particular warrior. Seems like it is the case. Let's see exactly who proves themselves to be a strong warrior here between Core Memory and Team Falcons. It is a fair fight between the two. Both Thai squads. And Vamos eliminating WAG off screen.
What happened there? Well, we'll figure it out maybe in the highlights. Binoculars already used. They figured out where CRM, especially for Jump, where exactly he is. Floki, as well as Cougar, are going to double up on his position to make sure that he doesn't get walked upon because of it. But Limit, he's been sitting here for quite some time, and he finds it! Takes down 1 and quickly finds the elimination. He gets traded back straight away, and that's why we saw CRM quickly corral together after the binoculars.
Beautifully done by Jump. Was in the right position to punish Limit. Understanding exactly where the sniper would take position in a fight like that. But Expand, understanding the positions of their opponents, is helping them do absolutely nothing. But all thanks to the pocket market, Luki brings Waltz back in here as an insurance and tries to get away from the heat that Heavy is bringing as quickly as possible. And it looks like escape plan is a success for Expand.
Oh yeah, he's going to be taking the Rim Sentosa to get on out of there. Maybe might try even going into Cape Town to see if he can find a POI there. In the meantime, though, 2 teams already eliminated. Floki the next to fall as Peter continues to chase them down 1 by 1, making sure that the damage is going to be permanent for CRM.
Peter on the setup here, Falcons. High ground advantage, but they're splitting up on the map, and this could be asking for trouble, but we'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. With a double revival as Core Memory finds that recovery into this matchup as well. And Evos Divine with that massive rotation into this next circle, right beside a weapons bunker.
Perfect. This is what they needed because they got the timing down. They will be able to access the weapons bunker in just a bit. For now, scout the area, look for where potential teams could be, especially around Katalistiwa. Considering this is the very first ring, they're not expecting too much heat just yet, but until then, rotation might just be the way to go.
I can't believe Lucky in the chat is asking to see Malaysia because he does understand that people just bring him to the two uncles on the casting desk, right?
Hey,
they are good friends. We miss them.
We do miss them. Hey, maybe...
Unfortunate Haji Yad is not here today. We should have like a collab between the English broadcast and the host from Malaysia at one point.
That'll be good. Oh, Karora ends up losing that, unfortunately. Gets how rotated there. That's an unfortunate scenario to be putting Falcons in. And Peter manages to get a revive before his squad gets eliminated, which is great. At least they'll be able to survive. But, man, how did that spiral out of control so quickly?
And now Falcons, they need to play this game of recovery, but that's all going to depend on whether or not your final member finds enough coins for the revival. There was no revival platform around his drop spot. Great charge buster, but it was already completed by Rasya. The snipe from afar, M82B finding the connection. CRM up against EVOS Divine. Aim God, spots out Jump, but Jump was the one on fire earlier on. Good blue wall to keep Aim God out. Circling on around, Drogon in hand, gets stacked up from the back, and a solid blue wall to protect himself. But down below, he's wide open. Gochil comes for the backup. M590, double on the tag. Misses the final opportunity, but thank God, Aim God showed up to help out Gochil.
Oh, beautiful peel coming out from Aim God. Goes in, realizes he might get double push, quickly drops a 360 glue wall to protect himself, to block off as much as he can before the rest of his team is able to rush on in and quickly start fragging out here. Nicely done, as they're walking away with plenty of eliminations for themselves. Still out in the blue and 10 seconds left on the clock. They've got a vehicle to work with, but now we look to Factory, we look at Vamos.
Against RRQ, this is not a good fight. In fact, Vamos should avoid all possible engagements until they get to that final circle to maximize their potential for a booyah here. And I think that's exactly what Ghanaian squad is thinking, right? Not to do much with this information that there is a squad right below them, but just to make sure they've got an eye on them. In case RRQ wants a fight, they know how to respond.
I mean, I feel like they've got to at least try to make some kind of punishment towards RRQ, especially if they try to get to the bottom side of Factory, right? Any eliminations is always going to be good. I think the scary thing is knowing that Maal is going to be on that opposite side, and it looks like he does have an AWM. Don't stick your head out too high here. That might be a shiny head, but it's that glint. That's all Maal needs.
Oh, God. That's not what Maal needs. If Maal spots that glint from afar, he's a sniper, right? He's gonna shoot that off instantly. Oh, God. You guys pray for Vamos. In the meantime, AG Global again.
Oh, my God!
Oh, Cypher! What a glue wall drop by Mufasa! But Riptide Rhythm takes out all of their defenses, and it will be a good point of play here. That Rebel Rush saves him for the time being. FGL being dragged out as well, but glue wall melt is being laid out all around from AG Global. But now they are breaking apart and thinning their numbers down. This might not be smart for AG unless their sniper can chip it.
Oh my goodness. Heavy had no idea. They jumped right into the middle of this fight. They need to start taking down the right angle. They do put Cypher out of position. They find the initial lock, but Mufasa unfortunately gets taken out by the dude. Dude finds Hans as well. That's 2 picks already. And AG goes all in. Get nice extra fall. FFWS 1 is down. That is a full squad wipe. AG 9 eliminations in the bag. And Do hitting those shots.
What was integral for that engagement was for Dew, who had put his team in a 4v3 to find the right angle, to find the right opportunity to hit those shots, and to not mess that opportunity up. Because, I mean, Free Fire is a very fast game, right? You got to manually, aim as well if you are the sniper, if you've got a marksman on the opposite side. So you really need to be accurate with those shots. Dew saved AG Global in that spot. 3 back-to-back knocks. The team just had to get the rest of it done. Well played indeed from AG Global. And what a powerful start. 9 eliminations strong.
Yeah, and now we move over to Clock Tower, right? EVOS Divine. They still remember what happened in that previous match. Denied a booyah notices Reverse Red inside that clock tower. Not going to take the engagement initially, but they want to make sure that they have a clean rotation into that ring, right? If they do happen to see Reverse Red moving alongside them, they will be more than happy to take shots, but the windows just don't face that correct angle.
And he was Divine. They don't have much to deal with here as Reverse Red makes the exit from his compound.
Oh, they completely go to the opposite side of Factory. What an interesting decision. They could have held their spot. I guess they already knew that Evos Divine was walking onto them, but to go and rotate all around behind Vamos, that's a really interesting call.
I don't want to use this door, I want to use that door, says Reverse Red. And they reversed out their position here. Factory, I'll take it, bro. No problem. As long as they get something done with it, I'll work with that. But, you know, taking Vamos from the front or back doesn't really matter because if RRQ interferes, it's going to ruin the party for Reverse Red. So it's the game of patience now because the circle's closing in. 9 more teams, 35 players. That means 31 opponents on the battlefield. Reverse Red needs to be patient.
Yeah, it's getting heavily populated by the factory area. Question is, where's the next ring going to pull? Is it going to pull it out into the open, or is it going to pull right on top of the factory compound itself, or half of the compound, which would be even scarier? Because there are prime positions to play here, multiple levels and multiple ways to kind of hold out.
Bro, I mean, Lucky just called us out. Lucky's thinking that we are lying to him, that he's going to get uncles if Malaysia gets a booyah. Vamos is in position to actually deliver on a booyah here for Malaysia and prove to Lucky that we are not scamming him.
After the 10-minute scam, it's just like, it could be anything. They'll say anything. But now, we see that Falcons trying to make a move onto GOW. They are in the arsenal as of right now. And it's getting a little tough to get close to them. The frags and as well as the ice grenades also being laid. Russia is able to find Floki here, but now that they've controlled the entrance, quickly forcing out more glue walls, and this is perfect for Falcons, right? The more resources they use, the better it is for them.
Oh, smart play by Falcons instead of wasting their time. Oh my god, no, terrible, terrible. Hit the U-turn, reverse, time turn or something. But Falcons are denied as they walk straight into RRQ and everybody else chipping away at those points.
They trusted the call. They listened to the call. They just couldn't see through the forgery. They couldn't see through the trees on where exactly until it was too late. And now we see that GOW, despite all the resources being used, they're able to hold out against AG as Blue starts to come on in. It was a smart play by Falcons. They just didn't expect who was on the other side. As Ton has already taken 2 down. It's making it impossible for AG to actually recover this close to home.
Oh, brilliant recovery here. And AG Global started off hot, kind of fizzling out now, and they are forcing the sniper to play the CQC. And Dew struggling a tad bit here, outnumbered, but holding his own up against GOW, surviving long enough. Monster Truck on for the play as well. Can he knock down a couple of players? And Blue Walls Dew, unfortunately, has expired. Mag 7 straight to his chest. Out in 7th, AG Global had a decent number of eliminations on them before exiting.
Oh yeah, right now Vamos, they've got the God spot. They can see everything from everybody. And GOW, the next to fall easily as RRQ have already made the initial resistance. They have to stop Evos Divine, but Evos Divine, they've got everything, and now they're releasing the Riptide Rhythms to try and cut off that initial backline, forcing out the Time Turner to create some space. Abe, he's holding the front line extremely well. This is his comfort spot, but now the nades are being launched out from all of the angles. Dutz accidentally blows himself up with a frag grenade. He needs to get picked up now rather than later because even Vamos is getting very greedy as they finish off Dutz, and Cochino is able to frag out Mal.
That's why your mama told you not to play with fireworks. You burn yourself down. Unfortunate for him, that nade was a mistake, and here comes the follow-up as well, a double downer, and Ma'al still up on his feet, has got the M590. Question is, who's shooting down at them? Ray with the grenade yet again! and hits a double. But that's just a knock. They need to go and secure those points. Abe still running around to pick up the rest of his team members. And EVOS Divine will be able to shut them down. Reverse Red at the same time snuffs out the players on the side of Expand. And look at this. Vamos might still be able to bring us to the uncles.
Oh, they might just be able to, but it looks like they've got a bit of a split. Oh, they're dropping onto the opposite side. Does Reverse Red actually hear this? And I'm pretty sure that EVOS Divine spotted this out as well, so they can start walking up behind Reverse Red initially or set up on the outside and confirm when this next ring reveals the movement.
Coda used already by either Reverse Red or Vamos, and EVOS Divine instantly slowing down their aggression because they know the enemies have got information on their approach. Very smartly played by EVOS Divine with that information. And Vamos not making a mistake, but now they are at the very back of this circle. EVOS Divine and Reverse Red at the front. This is still not a bad thing. Vamos could actually move on without being detected as EVOS Divine and no, they want to fight.
What they're going to try go out in the open. They only hear where Reverse Red are. They're not 100% sure what's the situation on the outside of the compound as EVOS Divine are guarding the central entrance to get inside the factory itself. And as we see the blue start moving, I think that Vamos is now left out in the open as the glue wall melters are starting to come out. I'm expecting Exposi to eventually peek and relay the information, and EVOS Divine now realize, oh no, they're all coming for us. The Riptide Rhythms is all going to get so much value as they even have monster trucks. Thank God they have monster trucks already down as the next point of contact is in a perfect spot for EVOS Divine to keep a close clutch on this game.
I mean, EVOS Divine moving in unison with the blue circle. This is just insanity. They're just keeping a tight little spot on it as they rotate around, keeping an eye on Reverse Red as well. But Vamos have done well to survive for the time being, using the silos as cover. Jun finding Kochil. It's now Vamos picking off players from the side of EVOS Divine, and a good glue wall to block away the Malaysian pressure. But now that opens them up to Reverse Red.
Yep, and Reverse Red. Wait, Axel, he's all the way on top. Oh, the headshot! Rasha finds him, and now they find they're trying to get the refrag, but it's just becoming impossible at this point. Rasha, he's going to start healing behind this next barricade, this concrete wall of safety, true cover that they cannot be pushed out of, and you can see the rest of Reverse Red. They don't want to get involved. They've already gotten an initial pick onto Vamos. They put them down to 2 members. They just need to maintain full fighting force.
Come on, Vamos, take us to Malaysia. 2 more players left on in here using those silos for backup. Reverse Red can choose to engage directly with EVOS Divine, but now this next movement of the circle, 4 more seconds, it's going to start to shrink. It will drag Reverse Red out, but the first ones to step out of the defenses will have to be Vamos, and they will be put under pressure. EVOS Divine now being forced to move on in a little bit closer as well. Vamos has got a couple of glue walls already pre-laid out here to play the defense over. Brilliantly played by Malaysia. Thus far, Riptide with a big breaker, but EVOS quickly settles the pressure by dropping a couple of extra glue walls. FGL shots coming in for those connections as well. Glue wall melters onto Reverse Red, forcing Reverse Red to turn around and focus their attention onto Team Vamos.
Oh, Rasha, he's playing a dangerous game. He's playing an extremely dangerous game in the middle of the glue wall melters, even trying to get to the height with the launcher. Wow. This is great, and now they're going to wrap around Red. What can they do? They're starting to drop down the healing UAVs, but it's not looking great because now it's an all-in coming in from EVOS Divine, at least forcing Red to push even further out. I mean, we already saw what happened as Lalzi is all by himself. The snipes coming in from Rasha is looking good because, again, everybody is trying to beat the team who has 4 members still alive. Lalzi is still in the back. Jump God, again, he's holding for as long as possible as Diamond now finding Lolzy and as well as Judea. It's just ring around the rosy, hot potato, musical chairs. Only one of these teams are going to be out alive, but with 1 on height, it's making it extremely hard as Time Turner is already down. They're trying to make sure that they deal as much damage as they can. Exposi is the only one left, and there's 2 members of EVOS Divine. They can play this out. They can clutch it. They just need to hold out. Aim God all by himself. And G'day, he's the only one. It's a 1v1. He needs to win this. Exposi goes down. That's a Vamos booyah!
Uncles! Here we come! Holy mama, Delena, you were right! But No, you lucky you were wrong, bro. We do not have a new host in Malaysia. You are in for a shocker, my friend.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to start dropping down to Kota Tua where this where it is, where
Kota Tua, where all the uncles live.
Hey man, that's where the studio is, where all the uncles live, man. It's one in the same place. Can't wait for that interview, but God, that was so stressful. Both teams knew exactly what they were doing.
Bro. Dude, I mean, credit where credit is due. EVOS were playing well, Reverse Red were playing well, and Vamos was just IQ 3000, 10 steps ahead. I am damn sure Gade was calling the shots with this rotation because he just kept telling Lozzy, don't, bro, you fall now, I will whoop your butt after this game is over. And Lozzy just did not listen. He kind of spread away too far. And big brain play. Gade got into the monster truck, used his medkit first inside the monster truck, stayed hidden, jumped out of the monster truck. F519, the final player, X-Posy, who, by the way, pulled the double 180 with that exact same gun. So Gade pulled off a massive fight, and that is the reason why he was imported from Indonesia to come in here and make Malaysia great again. Vamos! Holy Lord, I cannot believe this is happening.
Yeah.
Chat, you asked for it, and you are going to get, you have no idea what you've asked for.
Again, I'm just as shocked as you are with the way that this played out. They had the worst advantages. Literally 0 advantages in that last circle. It was pulling away from them. They had to go into, they lose their members mid-rotate in the middle of that fight as well. They had full fighting force that got picked off pretty quickly by Reverse Red. And yet, with two members, they pull this off.
For so long they stayed surviving, and you know, from dropping from the roof down to the back, the rotation, the circle was not on their side, but still, you know, making that mistake. I thought they were going to engage because, you know, the old Vamos would have thrown a grenade at someone by now already, right? They are running so close to these players as they are playing Ring Around the Rosie, but the discipline, the trigger discipline to maintain their position behind those silos, just to drop the glue walls, not to play defense now, but to drop the glue walls in anticipation for the engagements later on. Oh, that was Chef's Kiss. That was a thing of beauty. That was a rare Booyah from Malaysia, not just because Booyah are not grabbed by Malaysia often, but it was in the way they manufactured that Booyah. It's games like these that we live for, Gideon.
Yep, you can see all the players coming out of the game. They're like, what was that? What happened in that last match? How did they turn that around? Even Reverse Red is just looking on over. It's like, okay, I mean, it's not the worst. We did pretty well, but I can't believe that slipped out of our fingers.
I mean, it's the interview time. Y'all, be careful what you manifest. Be careful what you wish for. Because we present to you Malaysia.
Sesi interview kita bersama pasukan Vamos. Congratulations. Congratulations for your first Booyah for tonight.
Yeah.
Based on your previous match, game number 1, I did realize Vamos have some obstacle in terms of the gameplay, which you didn't get the nice placement and kill. But how you come back on the next game? Setelah anda lihat di game pertama, boleh katakan game pertama pasukan permainan corak pasukan Vamos tidak begitu baik kan. Mereka mata sikit pun tidak begitu nice, tapi akhirnya kamu bangkit di game yang seterusnya. Apa taktikal yang anda buat?
Kita orang yang waktu game pertama tu, kita orang cuma ada salah mistake sikit sebab ya terlalu overhype lah. Kita orang just tabrak je. Lepas tu untuk game kedua kita orang reset balik, kita orang target balik nak dapat poin balik yang dah buat mistake kat game pertama tadi.
Okay, basically they did realize on game number 1 they did some small mistake in terms of the mechanics, so they reset back into the strategy, so they come back on game number 2, and indeed they got a Booyah, consistent all way. Soalan yang kedua, based on all the 18 teams, give me the 3 teams that considered very hard for you to go in. Daripada 18 pasukan berakhir untuk musim ini, 3 pasukan boleh katakan saingan untuk anda.
Saingan yang kita orang selalu jumpa fight satu WAG, CRM, mungkin dengan GOW.
Okay, so based on the 18 teams, these 3 teams be giving them a tough time. That is from GOW, Core Memory, and also
WAG.
WAG, Working Among Gods.
Yeah.
Final question, any shout out to all your fans? Vamos all the way. Apakah pesanan anda untuk semua peminat Vamos? Sebab mereka menunggu. Akhirnya mereka dapat senyuman sebab anda dapat buyah.
Untuk menyokong-menyokong di luar sana, teruskan support kita orang. Esok kita orang akan main lagi. Kita orang akan cari buyah lagi. InsyaAllah.
Wow, the statement is so straightforward. Thank you for the support, and they will try again for the next booyah, for the next game, and again and again and again until the whole knockout is done. Betul?
Yeah.
Alright, so nampaknya congratulations to our team from Vamos, which they got the first booyah. So anyway, let's go to the game highlight.
And that's the mayor from Kota Tua, Shark Gaming himself. I was expecting to see both of them, but fortunately we only get one. Considering all the modern technologies of our day as well as time, the set looks beautiful as ever. But what a game this was. What a game this has been.
So for those of you who do not understand Bahasa, Kota Tua literally means old city. So we hope you can pull that. Not only was it unexpected, it was such a beautiful booyah for Vamos. I don't think it was a massive game in terms of eliminations. It was all about how they manufactured it, right? They had dropped onto the roof of the factory very early on after they had got initially wiped. And who else but Gade to come through as the MVP of the squad? 6 eliminations, 3,364 on the damage, 7 knockdowns. I mean, one of the few people that has had the guts to bring in the Steffi to block away all of those detonating nades over their heads. He didn't have to use that much, but my oh my, I'm pretty sure he called the shots towards the last end of that game, and he did it phenomenally well.
I mean, he probably told Ozzy, hey, I need you to die for me, sir. I need you to initiate so that Evol's Divine has a reason to run into them. We finally get to see the loadout that they're actually running, and even today, again, it looks like a very Snowball-esque style of player, using the Alvaro on his side, expecting himself to be able to find at least a couple of knockdowns and eliminations to start stacking him up as early as possible. But even for the rest of the team, pretty standard loadouts all across the board. I still can't believe they got away with that. And it was a pretty huge game for them.
Jun, 3 eliminations, 2 assists, 1,172 on the damage. You don't really see high stacks of numbers coming through with the damage, but you can see the numbers through eliminations, which is very impressive actually. A total of 14 eliminations. I was not expecting a lot out of Vamos in terms of numbers. But look at this, man. It is very impressive. What a booyah for Vamos.
I'm telling you, they got the god spot when they were on top of the factory. They could see everything that was happening in that very last circle. That's why positioning is so key in battle royales. But let's look at our key players. Top eliminations obviously going over to Gade, but even Russia was able to pull up some hefty numbers, 4,063, and even Ray coming up pretty big with the assists as well.
Oh yeah, of course. And the 9 assists out of Ray just shows you the fight that what you see right now, maybe Malaysia, Indonesia, but technically it's just Indonesia, right? Gade has been a phenomenal import from Indonesia that I think could just be what gets the Malaysian teams to exactly where they want to go in terms of communication. Because Gade, he's just got that aura, that boss vibes on him. He knows how to lead a squad, and leading this team up to victory is a huge possibility because at its very core, Team Vamos has got a lot of talent on the roster.
They really do. Unfortunately, you can't rock a mullet without some kind of aura around you, but that just means we've come to a close for today at EVOS Divine sitting big time, 90 points right on top, right next to 2 points behind actually. It's RRQ in 88, and even Reverse Red catching back up 2 booyahs with 80 points to secure third.
Yeah, and expand down at the bottom, only 30 points picked up today. But PE Esports, man, they started things off with a fantastic climb to the top with a good amount of eliminations, and then they just didn't show up for the rest of the games. All their luck just pretty much ran out after they ultra manifested a good start to the day. There were some other teams that kind of like had those ups and downs. Teams like WAG just did not find the right footing today. But look at this, so impressive. Even though WAG had a weak day, week one's performance is still keeping them in a decent enough position on the overall leaderboard in form.
A really decent position. Actually, it's allowing at least a lot of mistakes happening in week number one to be made up for, right? It does mean that they still there is a little bit of catch up to be going, but at least for Vamos, they make it over to the 7th spot, overtaking AG ever so slightly with an extra 11 points. Reverse Red now making it over to the first page as well.
And this is a phenomenal day overall for EVOS Divine. 90 total points, 1 booyah of the day, 47 eliminations, 39,264 on the total damage secured. If this was a day where we were going for champion rush condition, they would have scored it by now, but they have not secured a booyah to call themselves champions on the grand finals just yet. And this is just an example of how the day can drag on from not just 6 games, but to go all the way to game number 10.
I mean, you gotta give it, they were playing a strong game. They're not doing their early contests like they usually do. They find their safe spots, and then they start snowballing from that point onwards. My goodness, it's great to see that EVOS Divine is coming into their own.
I told you guys, there's no host in Malaysia. We just have our casters. Alright, so now I don't know if or not you're going to be manifesting for more booyahs from Malaysia, but I definitely want to see more of this version out of Vamos. You have to agree with me, even though many of you guys are not a fan of the Malaysian squads, Vamos just pulled off a very interesting broadcast finisher for us. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it for us here at the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the day. Mustachio and Gideon signing out.